Hello, everybody. Happiest of Wednesdays to you. It's time for the post-campaign roundtable plus Q&A for Mistlost. So, yeah, we're going to be talking. Drink that water. Well, I did just pour myself some, so... Anyway, as you can see, unfortunately, Alyssa is not joining us this week because ISPs are the worst and take forever to repair internet issues, apparently. We love you, Alyssa. We'll miss you, and I believe Dayu, Jesus Christ. I'm off to a great start. I believe Aki. It's Wednesday. I'm not thinking of your real names.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong. Aki will be also answering some questions on Alyssa's behalf today. So you will get to hear Alyssa's absolutely heinous opinions, I'm sure. Or very good opinions. It's really a flip of the coin when it comes to our game. Sad, yes, we will miss you, Alyssa. We love you. And we're gonna get started here, hopefully. My overlay didn't break in the last 5 minutes. Yay, we have a little disclaimer. This is a post-campaign roundtable. We're going to be talking about everything, including major campaign spoilers. If you haven't at least watched from episode 50 onwards, this might not be a good place for you to start, especially for our friends who are currently re-watching on YouTube. I've gotten a few DMs about folks who are like, I'm watching it from the beginning now that it's over. I'm like, cool, great, have fun. So don't start with this. That's the disclaimer. We're gonna move on from here. Oh no. It broke already. There we go. Just kidding. So the first topic of the evening is putting Mistlost together and the pre-production process. I get questions about this all the time on podcast interviews and things like that, so I figured we could yap about it a little bit. So I'll just say I put out a public casting call on TikTok and a few other places when all of that was blowing up over when TikTok was a thing for everyone. And I put out an application, a Google Forms application, and then I went through, weeded them all out, and interviewed the top people who I felt might be a good fit. And narrowed it down to the top 10, then the cast that you see on the screen here. I guess I'll ask the group. Was that the first time? I know some of you, it was your first actual play. Was that your first time applying for anything like this? Yeah, so that would be Sharmi and Mandii, I think. It was your first time for both of you, right?
Yeah. I actually saw your post because my friend, who we have seen in chat, Lego My Super Ego, replied and notified me about the posting and said, you should do this. Because we had been playing, 6 years at that point in his campaign on Tuesdays, and we went to school together. So my dear friend motivated me to apply, and I'm so happy because I made great friends.
Yeah, funny enough, my friend also, my childhood friend, shout out Satyr_Leg/Nadine, I had been talking about how much I wanted to play D&D a lot, and I had gotten like a group that was just starting. I think I told y'all before, at least my friends here, that I was in a campaign that was like ongoing for like 2 years, and I was about to join them. And then I also applied to Mistlost around the same time. And I just really wanted more D&D. And that was my first time applying ever to anything. I was so damn nervous. Mandii was super cool. But that entire process was a little, like, again, intimidating. I've never done anything like just connecting with people online, especially in the TTRPG space or anything. I'm very, like, I was a scroller before. But yeah, this is really, really cool. And then now we're here, and then we made friends. Still can't count.
Something I really love is the memory of, like, well, it's your guys' first time, so you guys will do like the introduction. You'll be the last ones to be introduced. So that way it gives you time to, like, pick yourself up, to introduce yourself and your character for the thing. And now it's just like, oh, where the babies are gone. Skilled improv actors right here.
Big agree.
This was not my first rodeo.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know it's not your first rodeo, and nor was it Alyssa's first rodeo. You guys have been in the podcast days for a while, right?
Yeah, Alyssa and I have been doing this for, I want to say, since COVID, because I met Alyssa, I think, around 2020, 2021 in a different, like, server. And then we were doing stuff on our podcast, but we both did not know that the other was applying to this. We were top 10, and then I went, "You were top 10?" She was like, "Yeah, I'm top 10," and that's it. Like, so we were like, kind of like, "Ha ha ha! I hope you get in. I hope you get in. I hope no one else gets in." I was saying shit like that. Yeah, and lo and behold, both of us got in, and yeah. Yapping to each other the whole time.
Yeah, I remember when you guys
secret.
I remember when you guys told me that you knew each other, and I was like, Spider-Man meme, because we had I think some mutual friends at that time in the space, and that was how we all kind of vetted each other. I
need y'all to know that around that time I fully stole Alyssa and Dusty and made them permanent members on my podcast, like theft, you know. That's what happened. So it was like I was riding a high. I was around that time.
I love to see it.
I've also been kind of in the space since around 2020, just in, like, smaller productions. There's a lot of lost media about games I've been in. Unfortunately, but always just a fun bit. Got to meet a lot of people throughout. So I also played in a couple, like, home games with Alyssa, or, like, charity games with Alyssa beforehand, and have, like, spoke at least a little bit with Aki before this. But otherwise, yeah, I was having a really rough time, and I was like, I want to be on a show again, and I applied to this. And when I heard that I got it, I was like, yay! I know half of these people.
The stream's older than my cat. Oh my god, it's older than your nephew. I'm losing my mind. Yeah.
The stream is older than Kimchi. The stream is older than Kimchi too.
We'll have time to talk about that. And actually, this topic kind of leads into the next one pretty well. In general, because really that's kind of all there was to the pre-production process. Like, I had a dream, I wrote up a document, I put out this casting call, picked y'all. Actually, Soul was not originally in the pick. Shout out Fuzka. Fuzka was gonna be on this, but then scheduling happened, and I was like, okay, here are the other people that were in the top 10. Who do you guys want to play a game with? And that's how Soul ended up with the group. Best choice we could have made. Honestly, I was glad I left it up to y'all, because this magic. Yeah, that's like the simplest way I can explain it without getting exhaustive of, like, scrolling all your social media accounts and asking mutuals about you guys, and, like, trying to figure out and suss out who would probably have the best chemistry with who, because that was what I wanted the most. Yeah, that's pretty much it, which leads us into actual play experiences. We kind of touched on this. I probably could have combined those together. I guess for me, I had been in the space prior to Mistlost. This was my first homebrew thing that I did in actual play. But I had been professionally GMing from 2020 up until that point, and GMing homebrew games at home before I ever started streaming tabletop games or playing in tabletop games or anything like that. I think, like many people in this space, I started in 2020 for lack of other shit to do. And that was kind of like the first thing that was fully mine and not something I was GMing on behalf of someone else. So yeah, that's most of my like actual play experience leading up to the creation of Mistlost. And I guess we touched on everybody else's, like Charmy and Mandii. This was your first actual play. Was it everything you hoped for? Was it everything you dreamed? Was it at all
Yes.
like you expected?
I thought you didn't want us to fawn over you.
No, don't fawn over me, but doing actual plays, okay, doing actual plays in general, like, did it meet up to like your expectations? Did you have expectations on what doing actual play would be like?
I watched a lot in 2020, and I played. I think one week I played 6 days in a row on various Discord servers in various different types of games. So I really was upset in the lockdown because I played in person in 2 campaigns for years, and so I was really missing that. So when I kind of saw this opportunity, I was like, oh, I could have that opportunity of more games that I always crave, but also some performance, which I haven't done since I was in theater school, and I went to theater school to be behind the scenes, not up front. I realized pretty early on that was my preference, but this was a very good outlet, and I think because of the group that you were able to craft with the right chemistry, it was very easy to participate in, and I never had to really worry how what I was doing would be received.
Yeah. Yeah, what she said.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine to answer.
No.
We kind of covered it in the last slide a little bit, so you don't have to, expound unless you want to.
No, yeah, I mean, it's just funny because even we've obviously spoken a lot about our backgrounds over the last few years, but it's just even funny hearing the responses and the parallels for me and Charmy, because I was a choir girl and I did a lot of the musicals and stuff in my school, and I didn't really have that outlet, just outside of school, yeah, I mean, for me, for D&D, I just got super into it during COVID. That's when I no-lifed watching all Critical Role, essentially. And yeah, and I got super obsessed. I had the player handbook. I joined an online game just to try to feel it out, and then I just delved into game after game, and I just wanted to keep playing. At one point I had 3 or 4 campaigns going on in the same week. I just needed more. So in regards to this actual style of game and everything, that I felt I'm not gonna lie, obviously I'm a girl with a stage fright. I got a lot of anxiety, so yeah, that was the biggest fear for me, I guess, is the act of performing, quote unquote, but also again, because we're here at the table together, it just easily felt just friends, and very quickly it felt just friends playing, and even from the first couple sessions, first time we kind of all got slapped together, it's just really great. I don't know, really great experience. 12 out of 10, a million out of 10. I don't know, I want to give it 12.
Okay, all right, okay. And I don't know, Aki, if you wanted to talk about Goblets and Gays or anything like that, or if you had anything to add or soul.
Yeah. So I'm the baby of the group. And then I started doing podcasting, APs specifically, around 2020, because I was still in school and I was dying real bad. So we were okay, well, we have managed to play my main group, we managed to play since before lockdown and kind of have that steady Sunday schedule for years, actually, which is scary. And it was like, okay, well, why don't we just like do something else about it? And I was like, okay, sure, whatever. This is something nice to do. But it's like not serious or anything like that. Like it's like whatever. Oops. It became very serious for me. Up until Mistlost, I think I was slowly starting to do streams. I was a podcast girly only. You will not perceive me on camera. You'll just like perceive my voice. That was the kind of vibe. And I did a lot of podcasts. I'm very podcast familiar. So Mistlost is actually my first, I want to say, long-term like streamed AP. Like I was not on camera. I was a fucking voice in the aether. I believe Alyssa has a similar experience because we met through podcasting spheres specifically. And then also, you know, like the occasional charity one shot. Or the tiny mini series that's like maybe 3 to 4 episodes, like that was the experience. And then, you know, gradually we got more comfortable, did other things and stuff. But yeah, like Mistlost, definitely first streamed AP, definitely a lot of fun. I wish I dressed up more, but also I chose to play a fucking rabbit. The most dressed up I did was wear ears on my headphones, which I gave up after a couple years because that shit was surprisingly heavy.
They would also shake around whenever you would freak out a little bit. Like they would just like flop all over the place. It was very funny.
Like I still like them. I still have them over here. Like I still really like them, and I've entertained the idea of wearing them again. It's more so like the headphones that I had to wear for them was heavy, and I get headaches, and then it doesn't help that I fucking move my head like a bobblehead. So yeah, like it wasn't a good recipe. I know what I look like. I know why I get headaches like 30% of the time. But yeah, that's it, I think, for my stuff.
I just went back to like look at the first AP that I was ever a part of podcasting back in 2019, pre-COVID bullshit. Like was doing Interstitial, which is PBTA based off of like Kingdom Hearts. And I was like, damn, that's when that started, like that long ago, and just been on and off a couple different channels, even GMing on some as well. Yeah, that's my thing. I looked back and I was like, October 2019?
Oh my gosh.
That's a lie. that has to be a lie. And I just texted all those folks because I'm also still friends with all of them, which is very dear to me. So I was just like, damn, I've known you guys for almost 7 years.
That's awesome.
Actually, you know what's funny? I was straight up like surrounded by people that were like, man, D&D sucks. I hate D&D. And I was like, yeah. I just want to play D&D with people of color. And I think that's the main reason why I applied for this one. I looked at Mandi's like Twitter, and I saw the the Costa Rican flag. I was like, all right, sign me up.
We do love the friends we find along the way. Yeah, that was my big thing too. Like, prior to that point, I've talked about this before, and I don't hold shame about it, because like if you don't know, you don't know, and you get better. But like when I started doing AP, I had zero thought for who I was playing with. I was just like, oh, these people I met in a Twitch chat want to play D&D? Cool. Oh, they're a bunch of like old white dudes. It's also cool. They're cool people. And that was all of my AP stuff prior to Mistlost, and a big reason why I structured the casting for Mistlost the way I did was because I was tired playing with just like the same cookie cutter like dude. I wanted to play with other people of color. I wanted to play with other queer people, other femmes, other, you know, the theys, the gays, the everybody. Like I wanted more of that because that was the kind of story I wanted to tell. So yeah, that's super relatable. That's okay. This next question, I know you all will have so much to say about, is we actually got a couple of questions around this specific topic. So much so that I got rid of the questions and was like, let's just talk about the topic as a whole, and that is the Mistlost mind rot behind the scenes. This is something I decided to be the change I wanted to see in the world. LOL, that's so funny. Yes, that actually is. That's exactly why. But mind rot, we all have it. We talk a lot in between all of our games, and I get DMs, impassioned DMs, asking me very specific questions about very specific things.
I have the most of it, I know.
You do have the most of it, but this really kind of falls over all of you from time to time. Of like, oh, I was thinking about this and I want to do this, and so let's talk about the mind rot. I'm gonna spare Aki and not make her go first. I'll pick on who wants the pebble. Who wants it? I throw it to you. Who wants it? Nope. I'm gonna pick Charmy.
Okay.
Charmy, tell me all about your Aurora brain rot.
There's a lot going on. I think I'll just start with I always thought of Aurora as, what if Elle Woods was a bad person? And so she kind of goes through the reverse journey. So I spent a lot of time thinking about like what's the most annoying way she could respond in this situation, and applied that in game. Yeah, I had a great time doing that. I had a great time planning with Mari ways that we are going to be super gay in game, which was very delightful to just be like, hey, I'm gonna do this. Is that okay with you? Yeah, let's go. Which was delightful. One thing I would love to share is that includes Aki, is that when me and Aki met in person for the first time, right after starting this game, we spent probably 6 straight hours talking about our characters and our ideas for them and the game so far, which had probably been like 4 episodes. And we had the mind rot, so I really enjoyed my time.
You met my
character.
parents the same day.
I did meet her parents. Yeah, I met her. Yep. We're great friends, guys.
Related. I do want you to know that while Aki might have been the first one to put an AU in our chat, you were the one to start the Pacific Rim AU thoughts in our private chats. I literally have the threads open right here,
the
just to
receipts.
count off how many different AUs we all thought about.
Please do.
I actually forgot about the AUs because I have like a Trello board that I use for keeping my notes in, and way further back there's a section for alternate universes.
I love this so much.
Yeah, there's a whole Pacific Rim AU up here.
I was so public about these AUs. I was so public about these AUs.
Even to people who knew nothing about Mistlost.
There's 10 of them.
There's 10?
There's 10.
I expected more. Those are rookie numbers. You gotta get those numbers up.
Listen. That's just stuff that like we put in here. There's
I was gonna
so
say
much
those are the threads.
Oh, listen. My anxiety is so bad, guys, that I'm just like, I'll think of things and I'll be like, my friends don't want to hear about my crazy shit, and I quiet it down. which is a shame because I should have written so much more.
You should have written it down and kept it for yourself, and then you would have been hyped to share it with us at a different time.
I just
Hot tip.
I just don't share 80%, which is crazy because I shared a lot. The Hunger Games AU was insane, guys. I shared a lot. The Bridgerton AU came true for one of them. That's how crazy it was. Like I shared a lot, but it's like I have very hyper specific stuff that I guess decided to not share because it's not that relevant. Wait till you hear about the Percy Jackson one. I also have an AU specifically for Vox Machina, which makes no sense, but I did it anyways. Like just very, very specific stuff. Okay, if I like something and it just happens. I have a fucking The Office AU for us too.
I have a DC one.
I don't remember this one. Okay.
I didn't share it because I was like, why am I gonna share? I'm not gonna share my Brooklyn Nine-Nine one. I'm not gonna share those AUs. They don't make any sense, and they were just really funny thoughts.
I know there was a Dragon Age AU, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
We were very impassioned about that one.
You were very impassioned about that one, yes. Because I'm pretty sure every single person at the table, with the exception of Alyssa, is a big Dragon Age fan, question mark?
No, Alyssa likes Dragon Age. Alyssa likes
does like
Dragon Age as well.
Okay, who didn't?
Yeah.
Who
I
was
would
the
be if I
Dragon
played it.
Age? Oh, okay, yeah, it was Madi. Madi, you hadn't even played Dragon Age, yeah.
Correct.
Highly recommend it. Before we yap about Dragon Age too much, but that was one that I remember because I paid the most attention to that one. My brain rot is different. My brain rot was world building off of your backstories. I had to brain rot by myself the whole time for the most part.
Mandii, the specific brain rot that inspired my first question that I wanted to share with you guys was I was thinking about how the World of Terra mechanics would have helped build the type of character that Cinder from 2031 made of Sin. And like how, like literally, I was like making up flavor text in my head that Cinder would have been reading to be like, oh yeah, I'll choose to be like a lamplighter origin for this, and I'll start in this starting town, Okurai. I'm sure it'll be great. I'm sure it'll be fine. Because like in my head, I'm like, what if it's like Final Fantasy 14? Like a bunch of different players just choose different starting towns or whatever, you know? So in my head, I was like, oh yeah, he chose to be a lamplighter because the little like character flavor text was like, if you choose a lamplighter, you will have grown up in Okurai, and you'll have connections to like the orphanage and blah blah blah, and like if you choose. Oh, you're choosing the rogue background, the rogue tree. Oh, if you have that, you have a mysterious, like, oh, your backstory starts out, you have a mysterious parentage that you don't know about. And in my head, I'm like, this is why Cinder chose his character. Because he was thinking about game mechanics and what would be the most interesting for, like, flavor text. And in my 2031, I have, like, this horribly sad, like super sad story in my head about like what the fuck's going on with Cinder and like how he connects to like missing parents. And I have never told any of you because I'm like, this is so Mary Sue sad bullshit. So basically in my head, Cinder's mom was with like some rich guy, but she didn't want to have a baby, and very much like didn't get the option not to have the baby. And then when Cinder was like old enough, she was like, you can live with your grandma and I'm never gonna see you again. And
oh my god.
And listen, I think about the drama. And Cinder was like, honestly, that's fine. I hope you're having a nicer life, but I kind of wish that you had like cared about me. And that I like knowing that
make a
in
very
my
sad
head
boy for your sad boy.
Yeah. I'm like, okay, this is just the overall thought of going forward for this of like what defines Sin as a person, like abandonment issues. Perfect.
Oh my god.
Honestly, same.
That's the kind of brain rot y'all have, is like the deeply emotional stuff that you're like, let me inform how I roleplay as my character. I do that shit too. Not
Like,
for
at a
NPCs,
point-
fucking
but-
letter. I wrote a fucking letter that I got to read out loud and make two of you cry on the spot. Yeah, of course. I also specifically like timed when I would bother Mandii. For some reason, that would be like after midnight.
Yeah, usually.
Like that was the time to.
I mean,
day
I
is
was
done.
always up pretty much, so, you know, it wasn't like you were waking me up.
It was awful. I
There
will
were
not
many
change.
3 a.m. brain rot talks. There were many of those.
And I will not change. We
That's fine.
would watch anime because it reminded us of specific characters. My Happy Marriage.
Yep.
Like we did a lot
We
of
did
shit
do that. We did do
for,
that.
for soul brain rot purposes.
Apothecary Diaries too, a little bit.
A little bit, right? Same.
Little bit.
Apothecary Diaries, the same thing. I kept reading it as well, just so I could continue with that.
I literally gave you my Crunchyroll login so we could keep
Yeah,
watching
so I don't-
anime about
Yeah,
that
okay,
reminded
like,
us of Dayu and Kazuhiko.
like I said, this was insane. This is
I'm
crazy.
watching this show and I'm like,
This is
dude,
insane.
this is Kazu and Dayu. You have to watch this.
Soul and I would exchange specific web comics on illegal sites, so we could read it and be like, "Look at the dynamic, isn't it, Kazuhiko and Dayu?"
Oh my god, I love that.
Yes, it was. They just swapped hair colors. Like that was literally it. Like I was going nuts.
Listen, there's
What about-
one where I'm like, this is Revinson, and it is I'll be the matriarch in this life. That's a Rev-ass child.
That's a Rev-ass child. That child is revelation, and all of those cousins are the rest of the party, except for that bum ass one. That one that sounds like Belch or some shit. Except for that bum ass.
It's
Everyone
Ballsack.
else. Ballsack.
Marty, are
That's
you-
His real name is
I was gonna
Ballsack,
say.
and his name is, and I always call him Ballsack.
Ballsack. Yeah.
Wait, I want to hear
just
what
so you
Mari's
know,
saying.
This same conversation, but me and Marty over Castlevania.
Yep.
I kept that to myself. I kept that to myself because
that was Marty. That the first person to point it out because that's what inspired Nikita.
Yup, Striga.
Okay, I
There you
kept
go.
that shit to myself because
That's
I
my
thought it would be rude to say that Striga reminded me of Nikita, and Morana, her wife, reminded me of Aurora, just because it's like, you know, sometimes the comparison of
We'll have a
your
whole
character.
section dedicated to this also. There's a lot of questions.
Yeah.
for
That was a
character
happy
building.
accident, by the way.
Yes. save the juice for later. Save the juice for later. I think in to steer us back to save territory. Is there any other brain rot stuff that doesn't involve character inspiration that you guys have?
I have a folder of close to 300 sounds that I've accumulated on TikTok over the entire campaign because I was like, I'm gonna do a little thing for us with it, and I never did it. I mean, that's a lie. I've started doing some of them. My issue is I am very picky with what I do and then how I do it, and then like I jump around because the Mistlost folder isn't the only folder that I have with 300 sounds in it. You know,
mean you're an artist?
Um,
Is that what
yeah.
you mean? You mean that you're an artist?
yeah,
and
it's just
you criticize yourself and
Yep,
you're
it's just
picky?
hard. And also, it's embarrassing when I say that out of 300, 150 are just for Dayu and Kazuhiko.
That's not embarrassing. That's real.
That's so real.
They just go, huh.
And
I have one of them where it's fucking Zootopia.
I
Like, I
love the
don't-
I have
Zootopia
a-
one's funny.
I have a last note because this is actually going to be
Yes.
the final count.
Okay.
I built an Aurora playlist when we started the game. We love playlists in this squad,
Yeah, we do.
and I just looked at the count. 265 songs, 14 hours, 36 minutes of Aurora music, and I think I gotta say, oh my gosh, what's it called? The Ariana Grande song that I sent you. fucking Nikita, where she says, "I don't want to think too much. I just want to feel." That's the #1 song off of the Aurora playlist.
I love that.
I love that playlist so much.
Does everyone who has character playlists other than Charmy now? Who else has? Okay, I want to hear. All right, what's your song counts? You better pull those up. I got a song
I'll do that
count
right
for
now.
you. I got a song count for you. Let me open up Spotify.
So Dayu's is 46 songs, 2 hours and 55 minutes. To be fair though, after some points with my playlist, I become very happy with whatever it is, and I will not add more unless I find a song that's like, it has to be like that is this character. And that definitely happened at some point, and then it only became songs that Charmy gave me.
Yeah, I have 2 playlists. But I leave them at a certain point too. But like, I have one from when I was creating Nikita, that kind of like gave me her vibes and like a little bit of like backstory stuff and just like things I thought would be cool, like when like thinking about rage and fighting and stuff. And then I created a second one that was a little bit more like once a campaign had started and more things had started happening. And then I also created like a really, really short one. I didn't keep adding to it because I got lazy with it, unfortunately. But they're like the super feely ones when like it was kind of like almost like love songs for each person in the group. So that was really, because we were like voice lesson it up. But then like it just kept going and going. I was like, yeah, this is it. So I have like Instinct, which is like the very first one, Feroz, that came out later, which means fierce. And then Finding Favorites, which is the fucking romance one. So yeah.
I realized looking back at this that there are multiple Mistlost playlists that I have. I have a 25 song one specifically for Elysia and planning everything that's happening in Elysia. I have
Love that one.
Charmy made a group Mistlost one that I don't think we've touched since 2023, but it has 64 songs on it. I have a secret playlist just for me that has 50 songs on it, specifically for writing. Most of it is like video game soundtrack, like very much. There's a lot of Skyrim on there. There's a lot of Dragon Age on there. And then I think I have one specifically for Kazuhiko. I sure do. That one is short because I didn't really expand on it after I first made it, but it has 13 songs on it, and I stand by those choices still today, even though I made it in 2023. So that's my playlists.
I have 3 Sin playlists. I have a 30-song general vibes for Sin playlist. I have a 15-song 2031 Cinder playlist. And then I have a short 6-song songs that make Sin think about Rev playlist.
That's so cute.
You guys have Pinterest boards?
Oh yeah, we got Pinterest
I have
boards.
Pinterest boards.
Like 6.
Yeah.
I got
my
lots of
Dayu
Pinterest
one.
boards.
Yeah, my Dayu one, it has 623 pins and 12 sections, and I'm like, yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Me pulling
I
up
paid
my Pinterest.
$180 American for commission of Sid and Rev together. So
I put Dayu on Art Fight, and like she is, besides my spider Sona, she's my most popular character on Art Fight, and I think it's because the furries really enjoy the bunny girls. Okay, and there's like, I think for the past 3 years, like my screensavers on my phone and stuff like that have all been art of Dayu specifically that I got from Art Fight. But like, yeah, I put that bitch up everywhere.
I love that. I have Pinterest boards, but they're not like huge exhaustive ones because most of my inspo things are things I've made off of Pinterest. But All right, so that'll lead us into, I think that's enough brain rot for the moment. I'm sure it'll come up again. That's why I wanted to get the bulk of it out of the way in the beginning. So it's time for questions. So we're gonna go right into question number 1. This one is from Kat, who I believe is in chat tonight. Thank you so much for this question. What is the favorite scene, line, or moment from a fellow cast member or Mandii that you can think of? So from the campaign. Overall, if there's a moment that stands out to you, something that was said from someone else at the table, we can go around. I'm going to go around the opposite direction now. We're going to start with Aki and work our way around back up towards me.
I got some for everybody. Blockade, when Nikita was like, "Oh, good bunny," and like fucking like kissed Ayu's hand, and we like ran out of the burning inn. The first time Aurora did the electric whip thing, and it went around the leg. When Sin wore the Minotaur's bones and invented mechs in Mistlost, and Crocodile Rev. And and Kazu going, "I will give you head right now." In the underground tunnel. Just like that was the most out of pocket thing. I was like, "How is your head?" with concern. And he went, "Never had any complaints. Would you like a sample?" Like he was that man was insane. Yeah. But those are like, they live rent free in my head. You know, all of them.
I will never forget Mandi's performance as Pestilence. I still think about being that freaky ass fortune teller, which I'm just like, damn, this is Mandii truly in her most element. And just again, I love you as every single character you play, darling. But damn, that one always comes back to mind. Mari getting her head fucking chopped off. I always think about that. And just the the sensation and like the way that you the way, and it connected to that, Dayu reviving Nikita and that crazy ass description that you came up with, love. And then God, Charmy, everything with Aurora. But I think the one that honestly always comes back to me now is you learning everything about Lapis, and just the way that it changed the structure of like how Aurora like viewed herself, and the way that you played that is always so beautiful. And then for Alyssa, everything. I'm obsessed with Rev, guys. I'm a fan of all of you, but and since Alyssa isn't here, like every scene that Alyssa had with Furos, it was like a number one for me.
I could go
crazy.
Yeah,
go ahead.
So I'm gonna work around. So I think with Charmy, when it comes to Aurora, I feel like there were, obviously I loved everything that everybody did. Things I can think of right in this damn moment. I love her outburst specifically. The one I think of when the moment when Rev went down. I like when she loses control. I don't know. I love that kind of shit. I don't know, playing Barbarian. Maybe that's kind of fitting. But also like how like her relationship to losing control too, especially with like what happened back at home. And also the scene when we were all still like in like this like wooded area, and she had to actually physically separate herself to just kind of let it out again. And anything that has to do with Dante, like just like those feelings, like even to the point of pushing her to wrongs. I always think about the tension from like the Death Knights and everything. That shit was crazy. But it was amazing. It was such a great choice. Ish, not amazing. You know what I mean? It was a great narrative choice. So I always think about that. So much fun. And I always think about the lightning whip thing. It lives rent free in here. I have like 4 different drawings in my mind for these two. Anyway, sorry, my bad. Next. Not gonna divulge too much on that. But Aki, I specifically think about any time that Dayu brings a meme into canon, but talking down in this little voice. I think all those moments were my favorites, but I do love every bit of flavor text that you added to your spells, and like bringing out the Oni, even like the way that you would play with like Dayu's music, and it really like filled the space. Like it really felt very like artistic, and like I felt the music, you know what I mean, whenever you did talk about that kind of thing, and it was really cool. And then Son, I love how you play Sin so fucking much. Specifically, I think about the time that Nikita and Sin interacted with a lot of tension over the table, or no, actually was it over the table where she said that she doesn't play with her food, and that little back and forth was fun. Thinking about the argument that they had in the Undercity, also amazing. And then also just all the feelings that you put into Sin meeting his family. So that was, and also, oh my god, Dad Sin. Love that too. Alyssa, I miss Alyssa. Wish you were here. I always think about the body horror put into the wild shape. I think that is such a fucking fun way to look at it, to create a goddamn druid that hates going into wild shape because it's uncomfortable and it hurts. Are you fucking kidding? I thought that was so awesome, and just even bring it up again anytime Furos would be brought up with like the memories kind of like being just like blurs, and that's also like in collaboration with Mandii, but damn, just so fucking good. And Mandii, I specifically remember the time, it was so early on, we had just left Okurai actually, and it was like so early on in the game, it stuck with me. It was right before the damn giants with the rocks. Actually, it was a fight that of like these little like shadow fucks that came out of the ground, and they were like all creepy, and I just remember you just saying, like, just making the sound of like a screech to set like the mood of like what the fuck we were fighting, and I was like, oh god, okay, we're in it. But that bit of voice acting, just like, it was such a shock and in such an amazing way. You know, that I think everything you do is like super impressive, and I will just like, you know, say like you're awesome and all. But I just fucking love that. That stuck with me like since the beginning. Like anytime that you set any goddamn combat, I'm like, goddamn. I love the fucking boulders. I'm sorry. That's like one of my favorite bits.
I too like the boulders.
I'm so sorry.
Boulders like me.
Oh god. The dragons were sick as hell. And that hippogriff moment, thank you. I just gotta say that again. That was really cool when Nikita got to turn into an eagle and just like whoosh. Anyway.
We'll move on to Charmy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, because on that note, I'm gonna do you Mari first, because that hippogriff animal transformation was delightful, and I think it really showcased the way you had been putting work into making sure that Nikita was always using her animal characteristics throughout. Whether or not she was raging, there was something bubbling up, whether it was emotional, whether it was a physical stance, whether it was growling at people very sexily. You know, there were a lot of things going on. And I really loved how we all responded to that and played off of it in game. It just made like, it wasn't just you were a wild barbarian, you have a specific connection to nature, and that manifested in many ways. And that was really cool. Mandii, my favorite scene will always be Oracle. I can't get over how it was full of lore drops. It was full of beautiful visual descriptions. It was at such a pivotal time in the campaign. We had been going up here for so long, and it was like the precursor to what we thought we were here for, and it was so much fun. And I just like, I think back on those little nuggets and I'm like, oh man, so much of that stuff is so it went on to have impact in the campaign, and I really I love the way you were able to showcase that in that moment of gravity that spread out to all of us and not just the character we were there for in Revelation, who had my favorite Azamar physical descriptions. I love Azamar. They're just one of my favorite D&D racial classes to play. So the way that Alyssa manifested them was just so beautiful, and especially just the wings and the different transformations depending on the magical source. Also, honorable mention to Alyssa for the lightning scarring, because that was extremely upsetting for Aurora, extremely beautiful to Charmy. Taki, you built my sister buddy, so thank you for being sister mind rocks with me. But I think the most interesting part about that was when we got to go to the burrow and see the work you had put into building your family out with Mandii, and kind of Dayu's reaction to being home and how that had implications for all of us emotionally. You gave us a lot to work with how Dayu dealt with that, and that was a really fun aspect of the campaign. So there's so many scenarios that I could think of, but purposefully failing, I think, is the overall theme. The amount of times where you were like, no, I'll take it, even though you could have avoided some serious moments that then went on to lead to very interesting story things was great. And one particular emotional conversation between Sin arguing about whether the party should have followed and Nikita saying we shouldn't leave slow people behind, that memory is very strong of like how kind of emotional we all were, and then after we were like, we're all okay, that was really fun, I love you. So yeah, great job, and thanks for always checking in.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll go. Now I get to glaze you guys. Oh, how the turns have tabled. I'm gonna start with Alyssa because they're not here. I second everything that has already been said, because there are so many amazing things about Rev, especially in terms of like visuals and describing the thoughts in the moment. But I have to say, the thing that I always think of first when I think about Revelation, aside from the fact that she has had an incredibly, an incredible growth over time from episode 1 to the final episode, that didn't stop the whole time. The arc was arcing the whole time, is how duplicitous she was for the first half of the campaign. Always looking for secrets, always looking to barter, always looking to sell. The insidiousness of it all was so compelling, and it created the kind of friction you want at the table. It created the kind of drama that you want to sink your teeth into. Especially with became a spider to spy. Yes, yeah. Willing to wild shape for the party even prior to like that change, even with the descriptions of like how it was for Charmy. Really just oh boy, I loved your willingness to be the horrible, spoiled brat that Aurora started out as. I'm the baby, I can do what I want, and so what if I burn my house down? Yeah, I'm traumatized about it, but, let's just drink and, fuck about it or something. And I loved that. I loved the way her attitude changed over time as she started to realize, wait, I actually, I am empowered. I have something that no one else has. I have the ability I have this choice. I can step into this role that I was apparently born with. I can step into that, or I can fuck off into the sunset. and choosing to rise to the occasion over the entire arc, I think is just a thing of beauty, especially, and I think it's because it's recent, but it's standing out to me right now. The solo scene in the castle when you finally said you were giving up on Dante. That hit me so hard, and my poker face is terrible because I'm autistic. I can't mask my expression for shit, and it was so hard. I was like stare into the middle space, don't react. I can't spoil this now, we're almost done. And it was just incredible. Aki, where do I fucking start, bestie? You've been living in my walls for 3 years. Truly, well and truly. You already know how I feel about Dayu's romance with Kazuhiko. I love all of that stuff, but I'm gonna focus on purely Dayu. I gotta say, you won my heart with playing your Pippa with tarot cards. That was the thing that I was like, I made the perfect choice. I made the best choice. Letting this person who I don't really know be a bunny necromancer bard with like all these extra cool things, even though a lot of it is like stock bard everything. The only extra stuff was really like the ghost stuff, but I love how you took everything I would give you and let you have and run with it at 1,000 fucking miles per hour, and it was just great. It led to a lot of amazing descriptions, a lot of what everybody else said. The Oni was a big one for me that stood out a lot. The way she would talk about life and death and what it means to people, what it means to her, and the fact that you never lost those roots throughout the arc for Dayu, I think was really incredible and really grounding, I think, for the group as a whole. Yeah, aside from all the, the shenanigans, obviously, which we could talk about endlessly. Phenomenal stuff. Soul, I'm gonna be selfish and say it's the relationship with Tani, because that was one of my favorite parts of the campaign, I'm not gonna lie. Things that don't involve me or NPCs, I have to second, I was going to say this anyhow, your willingness to fail. Your willingness to choose to fail in a game. I have to say, playing with you, it was the first time I experienced that from a player, and I was like, this is great. Nobody ever wants to fail. Failing can be cool though. And I loved how you handled that. I love how you handled decision making and, the many moments of fuck it, we ball from you /Sin made things so compelling and chaotic in the best possible way. And also, I know this was pure luck. This was the dice gods and not specifically something you intentionally did, but like being the final hit on so many big bads in the campaign. Like, we should have had a counter. I could never have anticipated that luck would work out in that way, that you would like, oh, we're fighting this giant. Oh, we're fighting this big festering thing. Oh, we're fighting this snake, this dragon, all these things. I'm gonna hit that bitch one time. You let me survive a few rounds. I'm gonna hit that bitch one time, and it's gonna be dead, and I will have done it. That was amazing. And leaning into the Slayer and the cockiness and all that, so much fun. Madi, oh man. The fact that you did so much with so little. We'll talk about this more later on, but Nikita's backstory was almost entirely a mystery to Madi this entire campaign. We will talk about that a little more, because several of you had mystery things that you wanted me to just handle and dole out to y'all. Which, as a GM, that was like going to the fucking cake store and getting the most expensive cake there. It was great, and then eating it all by myself. That's not something I've ever done. Eyes emoji. But that was incredible, and just the way you handled the topic of, I am a person who lives in civilization, but I'm not of civilization. And that is not something really any of us have life experience in, but you portrayed it in such a believable way throughout the entire campaign. And the growth over time was subtle, and the seeking out for more knowledge and to understand emotions and how to express yourself and all of these things in the background of being a super, first of all, super gay and getting yourself a super hot, super powerful girlfriend, being an amazing warrior. You did not have magic. You could not pew pew the bad guys, but oh boy, when I let you in the ring, you fucking rock that shit. And that's hard to do in a party of people who can cast magic or have long distance abilities and things like that. And you found that balance. I think we all found that balance together, but I commend you for doing that. I commend you for leaning into it and saying yes to all the wacky shit I sent your way. Like, how about this? How'd you feel about that? What about this direction? Okay, cool. I'm not going to say anything else. You only get the one hint. So really, it's thank you for putting up with my insanity. Yeah. That felt like campaign-wide stars and wishes for some reason. So we're going to move on. And that was everybody, right? Everybody went? We're going to move on to the next question. Oh, it's for me. God damn it.
That's still you.
Fuck.
Sorry.
Question 2 for Mandii. What player actions... I don't know why that disappeared. That's weird. Can you come back? No, go back. Hello. Okay, well... There we go. I think I paused it by accident. What player action surprised you as a DM? I guess I'm just gonna leave that there because it's just disappearing. And I don't feel like, the text isn't supposed to disappear like that, so we'll see. So what actions... Actually, I'll pause it. There we go. That should...
I was gonna say, you might have animations turned on for on enter and on exit.
Yeah, let me fix that right quick. Actually, I'll just leave it. Because I might be able to just pause... No, but it won't. It'll disappear. That's okay. We will say that while I fix it on the side.
Look in the Twitch chat.
Look in the Twitch chat. Yes, what player action surprised you as a DM? I'll say the decision for Alyssa, I'm just gonna do the same order as before. For Alyssa, the decision to choose the Endless. Like, I made it pretty clear who was the good guy and who was the bad, well, good. Who was the neutral guy and who was the bad guy, really is how that goes. And I really didn't know what direction Alyssa was gonna go in, so I didn't quite expect them to go to have Revelation go with the Endless, given how little y'all knew about the Endless in general. Because the Endless is not of Terra. For Aki, I forget what order I went in before now. For Charmy. Oh man, it was freeing those Death Knights. I was like, I'm gonna put this bait in front of her and see what she does. And when you took it and were like, yeah, I'm gonna hit these little buttons and let these guys... I was like... That was a moment for me as a GM where I was like, oh, does this mean I can get you to do more heinous shit if I dangle your sister in front of... Excellent. Me with the BBEG hat on. That, I was not expecting that. It surprised me. For Aki, the thing that comes to mind isn't something that had anything to do with choices you made. It was the fact that you kept getting hit by boulders. And that was just how it turned out.
That surprised me too as a player. Every single time.
That was dumb luck. I literally rolled to see who would get hit. While I fix this presentation, I rolled to see who would get hit. And I gotta say, I did not. Yeah, there we go. On enter. We'll just remove the animation. Actually. Boom.
Make sure you
That
hit
should-
it. Change all, because you might have accidentally hit
Damn it.
the same thing to happen for everything.
No. Let me just.
That
I
it's.
don't know
it's
how to
very
change
easy
all.
to do that.
That's okay. We'll refresh it. Oh, that just took me to the beginning. Excellent. I love this. That's okay. That's still animated, so it's gonna keep doing it, I suppose. That's okay. I am gonna close this out while I fix it. Sorry, guys. And we'll oh Jesus. Don't share that. Don't share that.
Do you need us to yap? Because
Yeah, I
we
might
could
need
always
you to.
yap.
I might need you to
Yeah, just
yap
let
because
us
this is
yap.
not supposed to be happening. I literally tested this the
Just-
other day and it didn't do this. And I'm pissed.
It's
Do you want
okay.
us to yap about the next topic?
Yeah, we can yap about the next topic for sure.
The next
Um,
topic is one we already brought up: character
Yes.
inspirations.
Character inspirations. I'm actually going to jump right into the questions for these because there are more questions for this category, I think, than any other currently. There we go. So we'll jump into. We can talk about it generally in between as well, of course, because I know you guys have very specific things. So this one's from Soul, because some of y'all submitted questions to me as well. Aki's will appear periodically with very strange names on the cards. You'll see that in a second. If you could choose another class to have started as, what would you have chosen?
And I honestly, the classes that I was between for starting, I have never played a rogue. I've never played a sorcerer. I had never played a rogue. I never played a sorcerer, and I'd never played a warlock. I have played in D&D campaigns since I was playing D&D since I was like, honestly, 13. I've played a druid maybe 4 or 5 times. And I was just like, out of those 3, I'm like, damn. You know, what would have Sin looked like if I had started him as a warlock? You know, like that would have been very interesting. So that's I think I would have chose it. I thought it was very funny to be one of the 2 not magical people to start with. Though everyone else in the party would say that I was always magical. But yeah, that I would have started as a warlock and see how crazy and different that would have been.
And look where you ended up.
Yeah,
That is so true. That is so true. You ended up a roguelok.
Listen, the only class I've never played now is a sorcerer.
Damn.
Become me.
They're fun.
Which is kind of why I played Aurora. Like I knew from the beginning that I wanted her to be a sorcerer, but I did toy with the idea of starting with Bard and then going into sorcerer for every other level after that, as if she had started out as a dancer. Then I was like, nah, let's go full backstory ridiculousness.
The thing
Look
is,
what we got.
when I saw like the druid kind of like theming, I was like, oh, this would be perfect. Please don't play a druid. Don't play a druid. Don't fucking play a druid again. Because I love druids. I will play every goddamn subclass there is. And I was like, what I here's the thing. I had created Nikita because I got crazy. I told you guys, like COVID happened. I got into D&D. I have like a spreadsheet of like 1 million characters I would like to eventually play. But I had created Nikita very loosely, like in design before. And when I read the doc, I was like, fuck, Nikita fits so perfectly for this. Because she's kind of like, I kind of imagined. So funny enough, this kind of answers the inspiration thing. There was like this like Twitter thing going on for a long time that was like 4 characters that kind of like inspire your character. Mine was literally Striga, Princess Mononoke, the blue dragon guy from Yona of the Dawn, and Donnie Thornberry. So that was my inspo for Nikita altogether, and I was like thinking like, okay, Barbarian's gonna probably work the best here, but I feel like I was playing with the idea of maybe Gloomstalker Ranger with her as well, but I feel like either Druid or Ranger, something in there that also felt very like to the purple green leafy every bit of theming that Mandii gave us that was so delicious and scrumptious.
I played exactly what I wanted to play. I came in saying I wanted to play this particular bard, and that's exactly what I wanted to do. I also wanted to play a buddy. I was going to play Harrington or whatever, the full rabbit one, and I was going to ask if I could be like a Final Fantasy Vera, which is the rabbit girls over there, and they're like, they're very much like Dayu, just rabbit women, and I was like, I wanted to do that. I was gonna make her over 6 feet tall and everything. I just happened to I had 2 vibes, and I said vote on which focus to the team. I said tarot cards or crystals and skulls. If we took crystals and skulls, bitch would have been taller than Nikita. I would have asked how tall Nikita is, and I would have been double it. Like I was gonna win this fight. And you would have had a you were gonna have a very, 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 very different vibe character, because I couldn't decide between 2 vibes, but I knew what class and what everything I wanted to play. The only way I can answer this question though is if I ported her to Pathfinder. I did, and I thought of her a lot as a summoner, because a summoner has like an eidolon, and that is like where the Oni came from. That's like the main spirit that you kind of have, and then it became Jennifer Aniston and my sister. Dayu would actually be an animist though now, because animist came out, and I'm like, that's just Dayu the class. So it's very fun. Everything that she does is animist. Alyssa also answered this question, so whenever I'm reading Alyssa's answers, I'm just reading them word for word. Okay. Yes, the cam is shaking because I'm shaking. Alyssa says, archetypally, Rev would be a wizard, but I was super intrigued by the druidic political structure in the world building, and Circle of Stars fits so well into the Veil of Night. Also, I am not a nature girly, so tying it into politics is the way to get me to play a druid, which is one of the most mechanically interesting classes to me in 5e. I intentionally gave her 13 int in both builds, so she'd just be short of even possibly going to wizard school.
I love that.
I love Alyssa so goddamn much.
And I think that's everybody.
Yeah.
If I could choose another class for Kazuhiko, fighter. Yeah.
Oh my god, I actually could answer this question.
Yeah, I mean, okay, like, I guess I would do, yeah, Battle Master would make sense, or, like, Echo Knight.
Echo Knight would have worked
sick.
really well.
That could be, I felt like that would be thematically cool, but
2024
he was
came
always
out
a ranger for me.
2024 came out with the ranger subclass of just whatever happened to Kazu, by the way, and that's Grim Harbinger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
That is also the class I would have put like Dayu in if we played Actually, that's a lie, because College of Moon exists.
Moon.
Never mind, she'd just be a fucking bard.
Yep.
But yeah, no, Grim Harbinger is just Kazuhiko the class as well. I got to read a lot of it. Just give him a dog. Just give
him a dog.
Just give that boy a big fox.
Yep, give him a big old pet. Okay, so I think everybody got the chance to say what you needed to say for this one. Okay, great. We are going to take our little human break here. We've been going for a little under an hour and a half as far as actually yapping. So everybody get your drinks, hydrate, you bunch of bottoms, get a little snack, and we will see you in 10. Bye. Hello, everybody. We are back from our little break. Did you hydrate? Did you get a snack? I hope you did. We're gonna move right on into the next question. So I'm gonna switch the view here. I've added chat. I really should have thought about this earlier. But the chat is here now. I just have to fix where the chat is sitting. Apparently, there we go. And yeah, we'll keep on keeping on from here. So move that up. Question number 4 is from our very own Jarek Erickson, long time watcher of the stream. I think when you came into stream yesterday, you had like a 55 stream streak, which is crazy. That's amazing. So thank you for this question. What was the moment your character fell in love with another character? Because this is a very, very gay campaign. So I'm gonna I guess I'll mediate a little bit. I'm gonna ask Sin first. When did Sin fall in love with Revelation? Or anyone really?
All of you losers knows. So we had that like first episode, and we joked around about the party kill. And in my head, I'm like, that's just real for Sin. It's just gonna be real for Sin. He's gonna fall in love with each and every character. But specifically for Rev was after the Tower of Edem, where I don't think it was said at the table, but Alyssa had put it in chat of like, I almost had Rev say, why would I care about you when you don't care about yourself? And that was still kind of like the overtone of like the conversation that they had. And I was like, this is when Sin is ride or die. This is the moment that Sin is like, oh, I can see this person as someone I can flirt with. I see this person as someone I respect. But that moment at the Tower of Edem was Sin being like, oh, more than respect, I can see myself following this person through hell. And that has never changed throughout the campaign. I think it's only gotten stronger and stronger for Revelation. And then for everyone else, it's sort of after that point, continuing on. I think that for Nikita, like Sin's attraction to Nikita started after they had that first fight. And he felt incredibly disrespected by Nikita. And then the apology that came afterwards was like, okay, maybe we can start to be like real friends and see each other like on an equal footing. And that in my head would turn into like the future. I think there's a question that later on that's like about future relationships. Like I'll save anything else for that. But like for those two, and then like for everyone, and Sin is like, I respect all these people and I want them in my life for the rest of my life. And it just happened in a certain order. But Aurora is technically last. Also technically, like I think Sin like had a crush on Aurora since like living in Okurai for a while. But like that's kind of like having a crush on the party. Having a crush on the famous party girl is like not good for your health. And that's
here first.
That's how people get ran through off of Aurora.
Yeah, he's like,
you gotta start ran through.
Let's take care of ourselves.
Oh my god. So we'll go to, I'm gonna go to Mandii.
Okay.
For Nikita.
Perfect transition based on what I just said. So it's been noted before that Nikita has found Aurora attractive from afar, you know? Like, I love that, first of all, also just like those little fucking messages started from the beginning where like they totally met each other at these like at the bathhouses, right? Like totally, yeah. It's just funny because like it almost feels like the lustful intention first turned into something serious. Yeah, I feel like as the story progressed, especially with Nikita's own family things, I feel like the more Nikita saw Aurora's conviction in finding Dante, and despite what her family is saying and everything, I feel like that's where it's just kind of kept getting more and more serious for her, where she's like, oh, she's a good intentioned person, and she's true to what she says, and she's consistent even though she's kind of all over the place and fun, which is also kind of part when I think of like also like Nikita's like personality. She likes like something that's kind of like mellow, but also she likes to kind of like be out and just do shit. So like I feel like Aurora is like that perfect balance for her. But yes, but especially when the whole family things that are really coming in, and then seeing that translate into their friendship and their relationship, I feel like that started really solidifying Nikita's feelings for Aurora more. And she also just loves how forward she is. Like Nikita's very to herself, she has her own thoughts, but then Aurora was always like, that one, what's up? And Nikita fucking loved that. She's again like just brightens up the room, and she's like, that's my favorite light. So
that's so cute. Aki, what about you?
Okay, so it's all technically in canon, but out of game, I have a moment. Like I have exactly when Dayu like fell in love with Kazu, and that was so she made that fur mantle for him, and she said the story a little bit a couple times where she fucked it up actually because she couldn't decide if it was gonna be a like a cape or cloak, or if it was gonna be a scarf, and so she made the equivalent of a mantle. So it's really neither. That's just a piece of fabric that you put on sometimes. And Kazu liked it anyways, and she was like, "Oh wow, I love this man." It's that. But if you had to put like a re-fall in love moment, or maybe an additional one, I think it would be when he said that he collects things because it reminds him of her. Riz the fuck up. Then boom. That's it. Done. That's when I said, what party cool? That's which is a lie because
what party
I think
cool
Dayu...
is crazy.
It's a lie though because I do think I think they're a polyamorous couple. Me personally, not even me personally. We fucking made that canon. Dayu is a very she's like so unsuperficial until she is. Pretty Face gets a long way with her actually. So it's very like she is very attracted to the party, and if you want to laugh, it was always Revelation first. Because Revelation looks like the moon. Okay, so like that's like of course. In terms of like falling in love though, I don't think she ever hit that with everybody in the party minus Kazu. I think that level hasn't been achieved. It was real close to the Aurora though. I think many a time it was like, oh, we should kiss. Like that was an in character and an Agi thing like at the same time. You know, same thing a couple times with Nikita. Absolutely. It was okay. Look, you're doing that, but also the latter half was heavy into both of y'all's backstories, and both of y'all were like, "I'm gonna be upset. I'm gonna be traumatized. I have two fathers. Steak too buttery. You know, like it was a shit like that was happening, and I was like, you know, this is not a good. This is both like in character, not a good time, because Dayu's very maternal, and so it's like. No, she's gonna put y'all first, not her feelings first. What the fuck? You know, it's very much like that. This can be post-campaign shit. We can come back and do a spin-off and everybody's fuking. Okay? Like,
The
who
only
knows?
reason I was gesturing was because you've already kissed. That's it.
We've kissed. Yeah, Aurora and I have kissed. Nikita and I have kissed. I wanted that to happen more frequently. I do have a moment though where Dayu fell out of love with someone though, but that's not the question.
Oh, there's always campaign 2
Mhm.
for all of you to be in a proper party. Cool.
This is true.
Nice emoji. Moving right on to Charmy. Aurora. When did you?
Yeah. First of all, for Madi, that was episode 37, where what you were describing occurred, because it's in my notes. Anyway, specifically for Aurora, when we were in the Undercity and Aurora asked Nikita if she was a cuddler and then taught her to cuddle, and then they proceeded to sleep cuddling every night for the rest of the campaign, is my headcanon of that. And I think like at the time, maybe Aurora thought of it as an equal exchange for Nikita carrying her and her stuff and doing whatever she asked whenever she wanted. But very shortly after that was the moment of Nikita yelling at everyone for not trusting each other, and being the one who got upset that we weren't like adjusting for the slowest member of the party, Aurora, and kind of scolding Sin for her rushing into danger. And it was kind of that moment where she was like, oh, like you actually really do care, and this isn't just physical. And then I think it was 1 or 2 episodes later is episode 37, in which Nikita says to Aurora, you don't have to be alone if you don't want to. When we go home, I'll stay with you the whole time. And I was like, yeah, that's it. She's like, oh, okay. You're never leaving again.
Yo, wait, I said that? That's pretty gay.
Yeah,
That is super
you
gay.
did.
Wait,
It was super gay.
this whole damn campaign is super gay. And on the topic of relationships still, what are your characters' future relationships like post-campaign? So romances, friendships, all of those things are on the table. It doesn't have to be romance or shipping specific. It can also be like, oh, what did these 2 friends do after the campaign? Did they hang out still, or something like that? I'm gonna, I see Madi's face. I'm gonna call on you first. You look eager to answer this one.
Sorry, I'm literally just thinking about how gay they are.
So gay.
So I mean, like, they got married, so there's that. Guys, like, that just kind of happened, you know. I don't know. I envision them being very tied to their families once reunited in their own respects. Are we talking about? Okay, I guess yeah, like friendships as well. But I really do envision them kind of just living the fantasy of having a giant family together, and being around each other, and repairing their own respective relationships potentially. I don't know. Not to, you know, throw that in for Aurora, but I at least see that for Nikita in respects to like her dad and her brother and her cousin, because she has family again. Like, you know, Armagun was really the only one she had, and besides the chosen family, you know, it's just she has so much now to share. So it's interesting because I tried to stay away from making the super stoic, like, I don't talk to anybody, lone wolf kind of like perspective, but like she genuinely cares about the people that she's with. And I feel like she just tried to stay as present as possible with everybody. And I feel like, especially in the topic of family, because it's a very big deal to her, she would, you know, I feel like connect with Sin on that as well a lot. And in respect to his family and everything. And also Dayu, because sister, and also the connection to Armagun that she could just now see, like, kind of whenever, maybe once a year, sort of. I have no idea what the terms are. I forgot. I'm so sorry. But like, it's like once every, I don't know, I get to see him again, which is pretty great. But yeah, I feel like she'd actually be living the life that she kind of always wanted to have. And just kind of have all those like different pieces again, like the motherly figure with Eragon, and even like kind of semi-vicariously now that through the family that she married into. So yeah.
I'm gonna throw it to Aki because I see Sol is still eating, so I didn't want to call on you while you're eating. Aki.
Yeah, okay, well, you all have nieces. Because that's my headcanon, okay? Twin girls, one fox, one bunny. Okay, you guys, we are girl dad and Kazuha, and you guys have nieces, so I think, you know, we're doing that Asian shit. You guys are honorary uncles, aunties, whatever. And like I say honorary, but like that's what they're gonna call you, you know. And like you can, I would like to think that at least the relationship is good. Like it's very like family forward, but like also I see that you're doing lots of it's the humanitarian campaigns are not gonna stop, and I just think she's gonna start bringing the kids along, because why the fuck not? I think in terms of yes, Kazuya and Dayu will get married. I feel like their marriage is gonna be really funny because I think the actual wedding, like, to be fair, they've been planning the wedding since forever, their entire lives. So like getting married real fast is very easy. I think very, very doable. In terms of like friendships, I think the only one that I'm iffy on is whatever happens with Rev and Dayu, and that's just because I think they need time, right, to do anything. That bitch never apologized. She never apologized.
That's true.
At all. And so it's very much like I think honestly it's all up to Rev if the relationship ever passes the awkward friend phase that they are currently at, because that's what it is. Everybody else, fucking fair game, free for all. Like, you're just gonna have to like be like, oh, there's my friend and her 2 kids, or perhaps more, you know, like they said, that's just what you're gonna have to deal with. Now everywhere she goes, there's little baby bunnies and foxes and a lot of spirits. It's just a party. That's what I think, at least. That's all my thoughts on it.
I'm gonna call on Charmy.
Yeah. Well, on the subject of Dayu and kids, on my list was definitely visiting Kasu and Dayu on special occasions, and kind of opening up the opportunity for siblings of the party to hang out and make friends, because we all ended up with siblings either that we were missing or didn't have before, and so I think it would be really fun to kind of like get them together.
We get them little juice boxes. Oh my fucking god.
I took found family and made it extreme, you guys. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional.
I think it was funny. I think it's great though. Okay, so you know how many of these bitches had no families? Sin and Rev.
Oops, we have siblings now in the campaign. That's amazing.
and I think some characters were chasing that type of connection, and some characters stumbled upon it, and so it was very fun to see that end game for us. So I think that's an important thing to Aurora, and kind of linking back to that big family thing. Aurora is on team romance the rest of the party next, starting with Sin. After that wedding gift, so probably like via letter would be the beginning of that, and I think it would progress quickly to Rev, because Aurora's life's mission is going to be figuring out how to make Nikita join the Immortals Club, and if not, how close can they get? And I think Rev is the correct person to assist with that sort of thing. So yeah, that's what I got.
Oh.
So like outside of the party, Sin is like, for all the new family that's shown up, Sin is like, you are now my family too. Welcome to the Sinark Fangbreaker family. Conathor, you are my little brother. You're all of you are my siblings now. Thank you. But also because I think because of how much he's going to be running around, taking over the society of the Black Fox, like taking over everything. Like he's going to be like eager to find those times to like slow down and be with the people that he cares about. But yeah, definitely. So can I tell you something stupid that came into my head? Like when Aki was talking, it was like, Mom, why do you and Dad kiss Uncle Sin?
Yep.
All I'm gonna say is that it's very normal for Dayu because she actively had like a throuple of parents. She had
There you
two
go.
dads.
Yeah, see,
and
I
a
forgot
mom.
about that until right now.
It's like so normal. It's gonna be so normal for the kid. That's why I'm like the most abnormal thing for her is it'll be like, hey, you guys are lifting that train out of the water. Why are there two like stroller-aged children with you? That's the most abnormal that will happen.
Yeah, honestly, true. But like, yeah, I just like Sharmy said, Sins wants to be a Pokemon trainer. Gotta collect them all. My romantic overtures will finish.
I love those. I'm sorry. Did you have more?
No, that's it for me.
I think for Kazuhiko, since he's really the only NPC I'm sure all of you want to hear about, is because he's the party husband, really. He belongs to all of you. More than me, even.
Tenemos.
Tenemos. Every time I have that meme saved on my phone, I need you to know. He obviously is busy being a girl dad. But yeah, definitely romancing the entire party with the exception of Revelation, probably, because Revelation really hates Kazuhiko a lot. So I don't see that ever happening, not for a while. Yes, Kazuhiko needs cat boyfriend time, I think. So yeah, that's for Kazu. That's really all I've got there. Did you post it in the chat again, Tenemos? Moving on to question 6. Ooh, this one is from Soul. What were moves or abilities you wished you had the chance to use or were very excited to use in game? Okay, Madi. Madi said, me, I want the pebble.
I was just trying it even down to the last episode. I have this thing called Infectious Fury. That if I had actually landed a goddamn hit with my tail or any of my natural weapons, then, and if they had, sorry, not just landed the hit, if they had failed that wisdom save of all fucking they would have either like taken like 1d12 of like psychic damage, or this other cool thing, which I don't have pulled up because I suck. But I'd like to pull it up. Give me 1 second. It was such a cool move. But I even thought about like, okay, cool, she's doing a little spin kick thing or whatever to get to whoever I'm trying to hit this on.
I love this.
Here, okay, so sorry, target takes 2d12 of psychic damage, or the target must use its reaction to make a melee attack against another creature of your choice that you could see. So I would have, yeah, with the Knave Lord, imagine. Especially when we're fighting those Death Knights as well. So that would have been really super cool. But I feel like I'm gonna focus on that because every single time I tried, I think I got it when we were like mostly getting into little spats with the Knave Lord. and then it just never happened because of the wisdom save. So just that timing, but that.
I'm gonna call on Aki next.
Cool. And then Alyssa also answered this one. So after me, I will read Alyssa's.
Okay.
So me personally, I wanted Death Ward to go off, specifically for Nikita. Because I was gonna have I was gonna flavor text that Armageddon was gonna parry it. And
my heart!
You would see it. Yeah, and then for everybody else, because I put it on multiple people, it would have been Maylin parrying it, because it made sense, or the Oni parrying it. I kind of wish I did more with the Oni. The Oni was realistically a one-time thing, and then every time I had something that could have worked for it, something else worked better. And and also realistically, the Oni was a very Pathfinder thing that I did, if I'm being super honest, because I play Pathfinder the most, so I'm Pathfinder pilled, honestly. And I make Dayu in Pathfinder a lot because it's a very interesting build. So I just wish I could do more with Oni. I feel like that would have been really, really great because it was such a cool visual, right? Like every time that it showed up. But yeah, Death Ward was a big one. And then Alyssa says Divine Retribution, using a reaction to return damage done to another party member. I got to use it once in a dragon fight, but otherwise I kept saving it for a nat 20 that never came. And then and then they put the crying emoji, but you're laughing.
The laugh cry emoji. Yes. We'll move on to Soul for this one, especially since this was your question. What was the thing?
Well, the funny thing is, the reason I thought about this question was because I used basically all of my kit. There is not a single thing that I didn't use. Sorry.
That's true. You used your character sheet to the fullest extent.
Yeah, everything that you gave me for Dirk, everything so that's why I was just what did everyone else, but the thing that I was really excited to use and I was worried that I wouldn't get to use in the final battle was I got to use the Spirit Shroud for one hit in the pre-fight to the end of the boss battle, and I was what if I don't get to use it again? I was like, oh no! And then I got to use it again anyway, and I was super excited. I was the Spirit Shroud. I know that Aki's gonna love my description for the Spirit Shroud. I know everybody's gonna go crazy when I do it, so I'm really excited to use it. I was really excited to use it. And that's
yeah. Moving on to Charmy.
Yeah, I am really excited because I got to use one of the two things that I was gunning for in the very final battle. It was Power Word Stun. That was Aurora's last action in combat of the campaign, and when we had gone through our training, that's one of the things that I picked up and was I need to save this for a thematic moment. But it came with a difficult threshold of hit points, so it was always tricky to know if this was the time to try it, and I'm glad that I saved it until my last turn. It was very fun. One thing I didn't get to use that it just didn't work out in terms of our physical positioning in combat is Globe of Invulnerability. I had this idea of protecting Aurora and Dayu from incoming magics with that, and then them being able to fire from within. But people keep dying, so Dayu had to move around. And of course, it would not protect from a boulder. So yeah,
sure wouldn't.
The boulder keeps on finding loopholes,
I have a movement ability I wish I had the chance to use for a fourth time. Boulder.
I kind of wish I could have died by a boulder. Like, I came very close to death, but I kind of wish that if I had a way to go out, like, instead of like a very thematic ways, it would have been funny if it was a boulder. You know, like it just it's funny. It's a good bit.
It was an accidental bit too, but
I also, by the way, cannot protect myself against boulders specifically. Like, I cannot. I have nothing to protect myself. So
we're gonna move on to question 7 from tree number 2. I wonder who that is. Looks at Aki. Were there any plot points that weren't explored that you wish were, and do you have any headcanons for them? Like what they are, what happens next, etc. I'm actually gonna call on Aki first for this one. Set the stage.
So, like, it's funny because it did get explored, and I sent this question in before our epilogue episodes, but it was the Black Fox stuff, and then my headcanon was Sin and Kazi are gonna go and kill that man. That was the entire, and then it happened. So I put it out into the universe, and no, because like my thing was, every time that bitch, like once Kazu knew what that bitch was up to, he was like, I have resources, scouts, like, you know, like he did that twice, 3 times almost, like he was flexing his resources for that in particular. So I thought it'd be real dumb to not have him involved in that, and Soul heard my thoughts from the universe and said I agree, because I also think if anybody was going to do it, it was probably going to be Sin. I didn't think Revelation would, because I think the unsleeping eye made more sense for Revelation, like in terms of like, you know, like what's a solo thing that we could do, right? Like that's what I think the Feywild, that's going to be all Aurora and Nikita, and the rest of us will just hear about it. Like, you know, like that's what I think, you know, these are things that will happen. The same way that I think the merge is going to be a Dayu specific thing that gets handled. Everybody else has like these other things to handle post shattering. So it was like, those are all my thoughts. And then one of my thoughts like straight up happened. I was like, you know? And the other plot point was the Wintergate Royals just fucking dying. That one I kind of wish we did. I mean, granted, it all happened during we were very locked in on a time-specific, time-crunchy thing, but it's like, I would like to know how that settles. I hope our DILF is like chill and he survives and he like I'm rooting for him.
Can't remember his name, but you're rooting for him.
I can't remember his name.
Honestly,
right
I can't
now.
either. I'd have to go look
it up.
Up.
Yeah, because it was very Roman, you know.
Calling
like,
him our DILF is the one that's killing me right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what else was supposed to call him? He was a DILF. Yeah, like, and the DILF showed up in the end too. Okay,
Yes,
he was.
did.
He in particular showed up. He was chill. He was like so awesome. I'm gonna put that man in a brace. Okay, like just. It was great. It was I just hope he lives when he goes back home, you know? Like that's the mysterious illness that's not actually mysterious, and the unsleeping eye fucker was right there in his guts. Okay? Like, I'm just saying there's so much going on, and that's so I love political intrigue plots. That was a political intrigue plot that I wish that we could have done more about instead of letting him know. Like, I wanted to be involved, but that's okay. That's okay. Like, I don't have any regrets of what we did, but like, that's a plot point I want to know. And I'm specifically rooting for our DILF to live. Thank you.
Our DILF. I am going to toss the pebble to Charmy. Yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. I think one that I was like mentally, we could have followed up on this, but we emotionally got devastated when Wolf died. What
True.
was going on with Wolf? And I think that connection was a fun one to explore and have recur. And then you hit us right in the feels, and it was still satisfying to lose that character. So it's not so much like I wish that we had explored it. I'm like, that was an opportunity we had that we lost out on because of circumstances of the game, and that is also fun. But personally, my headcanon was gonna be that they were a distant relative of Nikita's, so it's funny that we ended up finding some of those anyway.
Love that.
One other thing, I guess I kind of mentioned this previously in terms of looking for immortality for Nikita, but one of the things that was very intriguing in terms of the backstory for Lapis was the time that she spent off-world, and so that's something that Aurora would have investigated a little bit more about, probably returned and spoke with her more about the logistics of doing that, and maybe, anniversary trip.
That is a possibility. I will say, if we continue to explore this universe, which we do plan on doing at least for the next game, you will see the repercussions of her travels again. So there will be things that have to do with that, and I'm so glad that I'm being intentionally vague, and that there's no way you can extrapolate what I mean by that at this point in time, because you don't know anything about the next world, really. Moving on I'm gonna point to, I don't know, Madi. You had a lot of loose ends that I expect you wanted to explore.
So many things. I mean, some of them are, I want to explore them, but in regards to having headcanons for things, right? So something that really fucking stuck with me was the damn history check that I missed on the image of Morrigan and the first time that we saw like the statues, and like why specifically Nikita would have recognized it. I think honestly in the end it's probably because her family was from there, but at the time I was like, is that like Great Thea or something? Like Grand Thea or something? Great Grand Thea? I don't know. So I was thinking, look, long bushy hair, maybe we're related. So I was on that trail for a long time, but at the very least I was like, maybe Nikita had like seen her in like her childhood, or maybe like when she had gotten lost or something, and maybe that's one of the reasons why she survived so well on her own before I got even more information. But yeah, there was that. There was a whole thing with the Oracle when she said that Nikita had the heart of nature, and I'm like, is that immortality, maybe? Or I don't know. Or if it's just like pointing something out that she has a really big connection because of her family and the little connections that we have for her dire origins. So there was that. And I just always thought that the plot point with God damn it, Aki.
Listen, I was fucking seizing. Okay, you got
but there was this whole storyline, or it was just mentioned, just like dropped in when Eragon was talking about Armageddon and like how he was famous for the oh my god, I'm blanking. Then Broken Hollow, Unhollow. Oh no, Broken Hollow.
Unbroken Hollow. Yeah.
Unbroken Hollow, thank you, which was the Lycan invasion on Okurai, I want to say, which is very interesting, and I would love to learn more, especially after knowing some things about Nikita. I always thought that was really, really, really fun and something cool that could be like peeled back. And real quick note, I just wanted to throw out something that never really got like super explored. Talking about Wolf, funny enough, it was Wolf that kind of made Nikita start like pulling her head out of her own ass in regards to like her memories, and I really wanted to explore that more with Wolf when we reconnected. But then, funny enough, story-wise, it worked out even better because Wolf died and didn't get to find out, and Nikita was like, "Holy shit, So it's just a whole other side to things where it's like, oh look, I actually ended up finding out and wanting to find out more, despite like the whirlwind of emotions. So yeah, those are my points.
I can actually address the history check one. The other, the one about the Oracle is spoiler alert, a question later that down the line here. For the history check, it was an opportunity for you to regain memories. That's what that was. Yes, maybe not everything, but it was an opportunity to remember something about your life. And in fact, there were a few of those that required different saves from you throughout the campaign, and unfortunately, you failed like all of them. Yes, you're cursed. We know. There's not enough eggs in the world to perform limpias on you. There just aren't. That's okay.
I hope the next game we play, your luck is absurd and insane.
I wish that for you as well. I want you to get boxcars on every roll.
Yeah. And I want you to play a really silly character too. So it's like, here's Nikita. Whoa, Nikita.
I need to understand my trademark.
Perito is like over here, nat 20, crit.
These dice usually give me such great rolls. Like when I was playing my wizard, amazing, super great, always hit, amazing. They just hated Nikita. Nikita just, no matter what dice I picked up, it was like, no. So just throwing that out there as well. Anyway.
Playing Latina SpongeBob and everything she does.
First of all.
Fucking crit.
I knew it was like downhill the second she like fell off the monkey bars in the very beginning of the campaign. I was like, this is a good strong woman.
There it is.
Can clearly do monkey bars. Anyway.
I'm gonna scoot us along before we get off topic. I can feel us getting into nerding out at each other territory. I'm gonna point to Soul. Were there any plot points for you?
I wanted to know more about what the fuck was going on in Hollowgate, where they weren't letting the people walk through the city as easily as before. And in my headcanon was like my headcanon was that like actually, now that I think about it, right now my headcanon has changed and it's some unsleeping eye bullshit. Like trying to get to the Lich guy to figure out how he did Lichdom so that they could do Lichdom easier. That's my new headcanon now, in spite of the epilogue. But it used to be that that because of Valdin sleeping, something bullshit was happening and they couldn't deal with it, but they didn't want to like admit that they couldn't deal with it because everything was like so proud and like cunty that they couldn't say that they couldn't do something. And the other thing that I wanted to explore was I wanted to know what the fuck happened more to like Rev's family and that cult after Fioros disappeared. I wanted to know more about that shit so bad, because I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Some people went insane. What the fuck are you talking about, Mandii? And so yeah, those are my two things. Those are my two things that I became obsessed over.
That is something I'll address because I know Alyssa is either watching this on their phone or will watch this back later. Yes, the oracles went mad because their connections were severed to Fioros. They received and would give secrets to Fioros based on whatever they would see. And when Fioros abandoned them, they went insane because they were tapped in, and when he tapped out, so to speak, took their minds with him. Because Fioros is evil. Fioros is evil, objectively evil. Just a really, really terrible character. I felt icky every time I had to bring him into I was like, I have to create evil forces in the world. And I made possibly one of the worst ones, and Alyssa said, I want that one. Which leads us into our next topic, which actually is quite topical to this, because everybody went, right? I got everybody? Yes. Which is a topic, mystery and surprise PC backstories. Oh boy, I feel like I need to like go around and hold each of your hands and be like, okay, let's talk about the secret stuff. Let's talk about the secret stuff. And I'll start with Mandii because you, well, really you and Alyssa. If Alyssa was here, I'd be doing the same, please. Your whole backstory, with some minor exceptions, was a complete mystery to you. Do you want to shed some light for the folks at home on what parts, generally speaking, you don't have to go crazy in detail, like what aspects of Nikita were things that were known and what wasn't?
Yeah, definitely. And I also would like to preface this with I typically have a character sheet that, like a Google Doc that goes from like minimum 3 pages to 10 sometimes for my characters. And I was like, you know what? I kind of want to play a different kind of character type, archetype, and everything. I gave Mandii maybe like what, a page with maybe a paragraph? I don't know,
Not
kind of
even.
like a quick little outline. Not even, yeah.
Yep.
I knew the things that I kind of wanted to play with was somebody who had been separated from their main family since they were really, really young, trying to figure out an age for that too. Some kind of an accident, and being found by somebody who was retired essentially in the woods, which was Armagon essentially. And that was kind of like the majority of the backstory. Then we started like building upon it, like what the relationship looked like with them as like basically found child and father figure now, and like living in harsh weather conditions, and having injuries and just being like a little feral child, again, Donnie Thornberry. The things that we had discussed, because I like to look at the text for the classes, Path of the Beast can be like, okay, you have Archdruid in your lineage, or you have like Lycans in your lineage. And I played around with like the idea. I was like, it would be really cool if my family was like just full of druids, especially with this game being so druidy. And Mandii even like in the comments was like, you know what? Even as a player, it's cool if you don't actually fully know this. I'll handle that, but I'll noted kind of thing. And I was like, hell yeah, let's go. So that's pretty much like the gist of it. We talked about it, and it was very like we're building on it as we go. And I even just threw in at one point like it'd be cute if I had like a little like those like Latina bracelets that they give you when you're a very, very young baby with your name on it. That way it would be like a connection from her family, so she'd always have at least her first name in case it ever came up story-wise, and she found her family or not. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, everything else was me making stuff up. Oh wait, you also had said like the dire wolf. You wanted to be raised by wolves. That was like one of your things, one of your requests. And I was
protected
like,
by nature. I
was like, yeah. You want to have a nature backstory in my very nature-centric campaign? Okay.
I was like,
cool. Let's do that. Handshake emoji. And yeah, the rest of it came from there. I will admit, peek behind the screen. I'll even show you my notes. I will post pictures about my notes. I had your entire backstory planned from day one.
You're amazing.
You gave me the breadcrumbs, and I said bet, and I spent like a week writing just Nikita.
I love that.
There's actually even details that you didn't ever get to discover, but I guess we can get into that later on if we have time. So now I'm going to turn and hold I'm gonna say Sharmi's hands. Sharmi.
Hi.
You had a pretty fleshed out backstory. I wouldn't say it was like long or expansive or anything like that, but you were like, I want this and nobility, and I want to be the youngest, and like all these things. So I don't, if you want to talk about your original.
Yeah, I knew right away when I kind of saw the description of the factions within the Veil, that I wanted to have her be somehow integrated into part of that, and to like not fit in with it as part of that story. So I kind of had this whole like family drama idea already built up, and kind of was like, what happens when you have a kid who's like spoiled and not following along with what the family all is devoted to, and where does that person fit in if they end up with power? And one of the things that I had a lot of fun with was the Dante, the sister, of being like, Aurora is convinced that Dante is not dead, like that her sister has gone missing, and she is convinced she's only missing. She could be dead, she could not be dead, but Mandii, I leave it up to you to make that final decision. And I was kind of coming from this place of like, Aurora is delusional, whether she's right doesn't really matter.
Yep. And there were several times throughout the campaign. I know we'll talk about BBEGs later, but there were several times throughout the campaign where you were like, where all of you were like, "It's Dante, the Knave Lord is Dante," and I was like, "I see nothing, I know nothing. You don't know who the Knave Lord is."
I just want to say so many of my
it hurts
fucking.
me to my very core.
So many of my fucking theories came true. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's all.
You guys guessed a lot. You guys guessed a surprising amount of stuff.
Crazy amount.
And it was so hard for me not to fucking spoil everything the second you guys guessed all the things that you did guess. Yes, the denial stage of grief never ended, which I was really like, I would argue like the biggest like pin in Aurora's backstory was like, maybe she's not Delulu, but boy, is she acting it. And we're just gonna run from there. And when you said you wanted to have power and like built around like being a sorcerer, I was like, what if you're the only one? What if you're the only sorcerer? What if you're the only one who exists? Let's talk about that. And that's where I built from there, because I didn't have... Lapis came pretty early into the process, I have to admit. Not immediately. But the weird feud between the different branches of your family was something that I was like, okay, on one side one side is where you got the sorcery from. And now I have to expound on the history of that and what that looks like. How far does it span? What does it mean that Aurora is the only one like this? What are the implications of that on a universe scale? And so you became the magical girl of everybody's dreams, really. Because I was like, oh, I feel like this would have wide-reaching, rippling effects throughout the universe if you are the only one. And that's how all of that evolved.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna scoot over here and face in this direction, although it's the wrong direction on the monitor. I have to face this way and hold Soul's hands. Soul, you had so much figured out aside from like parentage. So if you want to talk about Sin's backstory and like where a lot of the themes for that came from.
So 2023. Boruto, Naruto, the next generation is ending.
Mm-hmm.
I am pissed as hell because I knew nothing about it, and a friend decided to talk to me about Boruto for 13 hours. And then I realized that I was pissed as hell that Boruto even existed as a concept. Because I was like, I would never be ungrateful, and they killed my man Naruto, and they killed what an adult Naruto would be like, and it was a character assassination. And then I got on this game after having that 13-hour rant, and I was like, what if I made Naruto but good again? And that's how Sin happened.
Oh my god.
But he was a cat. What if Naruto was a cat? And that's my character motivation for Sin. I was like, he doesn't know who his parents are.
I'm living. And to pull back the screen on yours too, and I don't have a ton to say on this. I did not have your family figured out until late in the campaign. I was like, I'm just gonna keep that in my back pocket in case it becomes relevant. Yeah, that was for the parentage and the family stuff. I still don't have it fully figured out. I'm leaving it super open-ended on purpose, just in case. Yeah.
In my head, they are, what's it called? In my head, they are both Goku. It was like, what if you had two parents and they were both Goku?
Damn, that's really accurate, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So that's yeah. Like, we want to get stronger, and we're just gonna leave some kids behind. They'll figure it out. And that's That's me.
That's you. I'm gonna scoot over to Aki and hold your hands, because you had your whole backstory figured out. I didn't have to do shit. Actually, I guess there were some mystery things. There were some mystery things for Dayu specifically.
Yeah. I remember I made a doc, right? But I made it in bullet points so that way, because I knew it was a lot. I said, I don't know and I don't care about how Dayu gets the seeing ghosts thing. That was like a up to you type of thing, but also if it just happened one day, oops, like it was one of those. I said that I wanted to do the arranged marriage at childhood trope, and then I specifically said I don't care. You can make like who she is engaged to, and you could decide what their relationship would be like. I remember like we narrowed it down to 3 potential things. One, just it was like friends to lovers type of thing. Like they genuinely fell in love and it was a sweet relationship. And I remember the other one being they hated each other. I remember that because they didn't want this. That was like the only thing I wanted, where it was like this is a marriage of convenience. And Dayu's marrying into the family, so now she has to go against the prey instincts and have to learn to be a predator. I'm talking about animals in this case, because she's a bunny and he's a fox, and she would have never learned hunting and shit like that. All of her instincts are to run away. And so basically I was going to overwhelm the autistic person forever was the goal of this character. Just
accurate.
She overwhelmed her so bad she doesn't even know how to spell mask. It's bad, but like positive in a way. So yeah, like I left that up. Like we could have had a really different fit. We would have never have adopted Kazu into the party fucking episode 9 or some shit if he was an asshole. And I was very prepared for an asshole. And a woman, I was like, make whoever you want. I don't care about gender. I don't care about anything. I think I just wanted a fox. I think that's it.
That was what you wanted, and I was like, what kind of Sashomaru vibes do you want? What level?
I was watching Inuyasha.
What level? Show me where on the stall the level.
Yeah, you're right. Because I remember that I wanted Shishomaru's mantle. That's it. That's all. I said I wanted a fox, and I said I wanted his mantle. That was it.
And I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you a very pretty fox man who wears a mantle that you made for him. And that's really as far as the similarities go, I think, in my opinion. Because Sashomaru is bae, but also nothing like Kazuhiko.
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, I'm gonna give you a man who's written by an AFAB person. And I'm gonna give you that kind of romance. We're not gonna have a toxic relationship here. This is going to be true love. Was my goal. I was like, we all do enough toxic things in games from time to time and for different characters and different systems. Me looking at Aki through the camera. Let's have a sweet little love story. And that was for that. And to quickly touch on Revelation's backstory, the things that were established were cult. Furos was established before game. Furos existed before I even cast you all, but Furos being the chosen deity, druid was decided on, and I knew it was going to be a druid who doesn't want to be a druid. And the duplicity and the spying and all of those things were decided on. The meteor was decided on. Like, it was known, Alyssa knew that was how, well, not quite. It was all star related. And the fact that Revelation hadn't actually been born but landed on the planet was not something that Alyssa knew. All the stuff with the Endless was a total mystery to Alyssa. All of what Furos actually does to you is a mystery, or was a mystery to Alyssa. All of those like peripheral things with the deific father figures, all of that was mystery. Like, what kind of like beyond the base part of their relationship, Furos and Revelation, the actual personality, the goals of Furos, all of those things, all of that was a mystery too. Alyssa.
Before you move on.
Yeah.
Before you move on. The thing that Alyssa and I discussed before we decided to play the characters we were playing was to play two people who were worshiping the same god on the opposite spectrum. So we actually talked a lot. We like workshopped a lot of God. There was a chance I was going to worship Furos too. There was a chance that Alyssa was going to worship Luna Seren. Yeah, literally our short list was there was Furos, there was Nissos, there was Luna Seren, there was the god of life specifically, and I believe the god of love. That were all there, and we were like chatting a lot about it. Like, a paladin cleric dynamic was a thing that we also talked about until we like shifted more like, oh, druids make more sense. And then I was like, I kind of want to just be a bard again. Yeah, and then we eventually kind of drifted. But like, also, if you see where Dayu and Rev land on that spectrum, it's still kind of there in my opinion. It's just we don't worship the same god. We have very similar vibes though.
Yeah, for sure.
In other aspects. So
Absolutely.
I think that's a little fun thing, behind the scenes thing that was happening before we were like, nah.
Nah, I don't wanna. We're not.
I was too enticed by the purple woman.
Yeah, because that was the only deity I had art for, because I used her in a Forgotten Realms campaign, and then I moved her to found her own universe, hence Mistlost. I think that covers everyone for the mystery aspects of everyone's backstories, which leads us into villains, baddies, BBEGs, and other mysteries, to which we have a very specific question, and then I'll open it up to you all at the table. From Storydad. Oh my god, my husband asked a question. What were everyone's theories on who the Knave Lord was before the reveal? Because that was a big point of contention. I did not specify who guessed what when I mentioned this earlier. So, what were y'all's, like, headcanons on possible Knave Lord candidates?
Well, we know me and Aki talked a whole bunch about it being Dante.
Yeah.
And for a while I was thinking maybe it was one of the sages had been like corrupted and involved in this situation. Or maybe it had happened because of that messy romantic drama we read about in one of those books. I was just very intrigued because we had kind of had this theory for a bit of us being connected to the sages in some way. So I was like, oh, maybe that's the path we're going down. But to be honest, I did have this like idea of the Knave Lord just being Hakanor again, and it, I guess, is partially accurate.
Yeah, kinda.
I'm also, again, I was writing pretty hard on Knave Lord being Dante, but then I also liked the idea that Dante was trapped in the sword. I said that out a lot as my super, like, that was my top crack theory, that Dante was in the sword, just because There was something about that was very enticing to me. I also, when 2031 first hit, I thought that the guy who made the game, his player character was the Knave Lord. Because he fucked around like that until like, you know, my background is in game design, so then I was thinking about it on narrative loops, and I was like, no, this is a NPC. It acts like an NPC. And then I was like, all right, so it's not that fucker. He probably would play like fucking Revelation's sister. Like that's the vibe he'd probably play, if I'm being honest. The other idea or like theory I had, and this is also kind of a cracky theory, was that the Knave Lord was one of Sin's parents. Because they had the same level of bitch, is the best way to put it. I was like, it would be really funny if they just took off the helmet and it's like, that's a cat. It's worse.
I'm screaming.
That's your father. You know, like, can you imagine?
Sin,
Alyssa,
I am your father.
What if it was Star Wars?
in there?
It's like the only thing I
Robin.
really knew about the one of the
Oh my
six. It's also Alyssa says that Dante was the only existing character I thought it could be. If it wasn't her, it was someone we'd never met or specifically heard of.
Yes. Oh my god. I have so many things to tell you about Eamon Barnes. But that can be maybe at the end of the stream.
I honestly, once we got into 2031, I was like, what if this is like some kind of virus or something? Like maybe it was an NPC that we're supposed to get. It's like a big bad that we're supposed to have in the game. But with how that it was affecting everything and how it was merging shit, I was like, maybe it's a virus. And considering it's like VR, but that's where I started going in. And especially when it started like fucking with all of us and putting our own images into itself, it felt it started feeling more virusy to me at that point, because it's like specifically going into like, when we think about it from the 2031 perspective, our own demons in our heads from our characters. So it's like picking up on all that information. So yeah.
Shermie's staring at me because I pulled the microphone closer to my face.
You damn right I am.
Hey, have you ever thought about how the shattering happened the first time?
A glitch? Was it like,
Maybe.
did the game crash?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe there was a bug in the game.
Servers are down.
Fucking guy who made the game was Yandere Dev this whole fucking time. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh
Oh
my
dear.
God. Anybody else have Knave Lord theories that happened before the reveal? I think we covered everything that I remember you all talking about in chats anyway. Most of you thought it was Dante, and you were right. And I wasn't gonna change my answer. I was like, it's still gonna be Dante. I'm not changing it. I planned for this show from day one. I'm not changing it now.
It wasn't gonna change anything if
it wasn't gonna change
if it
me.
was confirmed.
It might have changed some things if it was a more powerful being on the planet. If it was okay, let's say if it was Saito Hikaru, you'd be dead.
If it was Saito,
That would have been
God.
game. That would have been game over.
If we had known that it was Dante, you might have had the revelation arc we didn't get in Aurora.
Oh shit! Damn. Yeah. Because you would have stopped at nothing in character to get Dante back. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we'd all be very for it, though. You know what I mean? Like,
oh my god, yeah.
We were, like I think what post evil route? We go, that's your sister. All right, how do we get her out? Like that's literally what we did upon figuring it out too. We were like, let's all hold our actions. Aurora,
Wait.
do we hit her? Like we literally did
What do
that.
we do?
Like it's
Yep.
except that would be the campaign. Like it's
Yep. 100%.
this wasn't an evil route.
Before we move on to the next topic, because it's gonna be that one's gonna be a pretty simple one. You get one pick You can say one name, nothing else. No expounding, no explaining. Favorite villain. And yeah, just name your favorite villain. Just the name. I'm gonna start with Aki. You don't know? You don't have a favorite villain? Okay.
No, not without explaining, so I have no idea.
Not without explaining? You can't just say a name?
I can't. No,
Okay.
no, I
Like to
can't.
try it narratively?
Yeah, they were
Who
all
has
very different villains.
That's true. Who has a name that they want to say? Who's your personal favorite villain? Charmy.
The Knave Lord. Shit was scary as fuck. Ever since the battle where Nikita got beheaded, Aurora was quaking in her style. She had affordable boots.
I love this. Mari.
I don't know if he counts as a villain, but Furos, every time
No, he's a
the
villain.
music shifted, every time he just terrorized the shit out of Rev, and also the way that like Alyssa through Rev handled Furos, it just felt so like like it felt like Icar Webby-ish, you know what I mean? Like it was not good, but really, really awesome. Oh, I explained, my bad.
It's
Just say, okay, everybody's
We've already
fucking
broken the circle, but I only want you to say one name because I know you'll say every single fucking villain in this campaign. I like this one and this one and this one, and here's why. And I'm gonna talk for 20 minutes about why.
I'll change my fucking answer now. I'll go for the meme answer now.
Yes, do it. Go for the meme answer, Aki.
Let's Soul go first. I'm okay with holding
Soul.
an action.
Oh, please. Oh, you're muted.
I was muted. Mine is also Furos.
Oh, okay. Furos, okay.
Yeah. He was nasty, and I loved it.
He was disgusting. I was channeling the most disgusting characters I could think of through Furos.
You did a good fucking job.
Aki.
Mandii, because it's GM versus player.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You said go for the meme answer.
Where's
I went
Frank?
For the meme answer.
Where's Frank? I need Frank in this chat right now.
My actual favorite villain with explanation is Ichiro, because I like a villain who you can hate.
Oh, yeah.
I like a villain where at the end of the day, sometimes a guy just has to fucking die. And that is the answer. And that's it. I like that sometimes.
There was no
just a guy, though, by the way. Just a guy.
Just a guy.
Not a fucking...
Just
not
a
a
guy.
fantasy race. I'm not about that
Nope.
shit. Just a guy, though. That guy in particular. He
Yep.
has to go. That's what I like.
Yep. He was just a guy. He had some magical power, but it was more of like he had social and monetary power over people who had power. He really was just a fucking guy. The worst guy.
Yeah, like we push aside Furos, who's like a god, an evil god, and then push aside Navelord, who was Dante, and we want a redemption. Same thing with the fucking Rev's sister, where it's like we kind of want that redemption if it's there. Nobody wants him to be redeemed, and if you do, you're wrong. This is not fucking Zuko, bro. Like this is a guy that we fucking hate.
Absolutely.
He's a bad guy.
Is a bad guy. And on that note, we're gonna scoot to the next topic, which is safety at the table. I'll keep it simple. If you want to understand how to have safety at your tabletop games, whether it's at home, actual play, etc., look up TTRPG Safety Toolkit. We use lines and veils, XN and O cards. We check in with each other in between games. All of those things. Stars and wishes when we have had the time, but we're all busy and chronically ill. So that doesn't always happen, but we try. And yeah, that kind of covers, I think, all of the safety tools that we use. Are you okay? Oh, did your camera fall down?
No, I almost dropped my... I mean, I did drop it, but I caught it from, like, spilling, and my monitor won't turn on, but it's acting like it's on. I mean, you can still hear me and see me, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't see anyone. This whole monitor is off. So that's why I'm just like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what to do because it's my whole thing is
Wiggle your
running like
cables.
normal.
Just the
Yeah.
cables. Just wiggle them a little.
Yeah.
Happens
got
to
it.
me regularly.
Yeah. I hope I'm touching the right cables. I can't see anything. But yeah, that's as long as you can hear me and see me, I guess that's what matters. But like, yeah, I can't control anything that's on this monitor now.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Well, if you need to,
Yeah, if you need to step away
pause and
to
come
do
back.
that really quick. The next couple of things are all me. I'm going to be talking a lot for a little bit. So if you need
Yeah,
to...
I mean like I can turn off my mic. I can't turn off my camera is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to turn off your camera for a moment?
Yes.
Okay, give me just a sec. Hold please, friends. Dude. Okay. Okay, we're gonna turn off Aki's camera for a moment while she adjusts. Let me know when you're ready, my dear, and I'll turn it back on for you on this side. Which leads into, I got this question. How did I handle the topic of death in game? Many warnings, and negotiation up front. We talked about it being a possibility from the beginning of the campaign, and I said, listen, death does not have to be the end, like, ever, but it may be something that you cannot avoid later in the game. And then when we got to that point, I reminded everyone again. And we had a safety check-in before we got to that point. We had a few safety check-ins in the first couple of years of the game, and now we're just like kind of chill about it because we know each other so well at this point. But yeah, that was kind of it. Like I checked in with y'all and we talked about it in Discord and in meetings and stuff, and that's it. That's the simplest way I can answer that one. Moving on to NPCs, which is going to be a lot of me yapping, but I'm sure you will all have commentary, and in fact, I encourage you to do so. Question number 10. This one's from Mandii. Oh my god, hi baby. I also put fun facts on some of these that talk about the characters that are being asked about in these slides. So for question number 10, can we know more about the Unbroken Hollow, the Lycan invasion on Okurai that brought Armagen to his fame as a war hero? And fun fact, Armagen Ayaga, Nikita's adopted father, was first mentioned in episode 1, Our Story Begins. So yeah, I gotta be honest, there were very few things that I fleshed out in regards to, oh, okay, sorry, I got distracted. I didn't write a ton about what happened at the Unbroken Hollow. I left it kind of open-ended in case I needed it later on. For whatever reason, it really is at face value what I said. Lycans were, either corrupted or felt some kind of way about the Veil of Night, those that don't live within the Veil of Night, and decided that they wanted that territory for themselves, and tried to invade the Veil. And Armagen was one of the leaders that he was one of the leaders in the battle and killed the most Lycans. Yes.
Aki would like a camera, please.
Oh, okay, thank you. Let me do that really quick. But yeah, it's really that simple. There you are, my dear. Welcome back. It really is that simple, so that one's a quick one. I don't really have any other details other than that. But he killed a lot of Lycans in the invasion. And they obviously won because the Veil of Night is what it is today. There's a couple ones like this from Alyssa. What was up with Wolf? And fun fact, Wolf the Amnesiac Gnome Druid first appeared in episode 19. A wolf in need is a wolf indeed. I had fun naming that episode. I have fond memories of it. Wolf was very much like a side quest that could have turned into a full quest. The intention was for you to go discover Saro Bay City. In fact, there are many things I threw in your path to deter you from the timeline that you were on, because there were fun narrative reasons to do that while saying, oh, you're on the clock, but, you know, if you risk it, you might get something else out of it that makes things easier and faster. And in fact, that was what Wolf was for. Wolf had multiple paths attached to them. Yes, the second time was in episode 55. Yes, it was after episode 50 that you met them again. And you had the potential of finding out who Wolf was. I never fleshed that out because you didn't choose that path. That's a shortcut I have for like all the cool side quest things that I throw at you guys. I usually just have a bullet point for a thing. You find this person, this is what their deal is. Do you help them or do you not? Tree branches from there. And because you didn't choose that path, I actually never fully fleshed it out, but the idea was that Wolf was one of the druids that worked for Morgan, got tangled up with the Unsleeping Eye in relation to that dead wizard that you found, and lost their memory as a result, really being a victim in the whole situation because they weren't the perpetrator of what happened to that wizard. They weren't the reason why that was found. And Wolf had been wandering south more aimlessly, trying to figure out where to go for quite some time when you found them. The potential there was to go to the city and find the shady contacts that were waiting for Wolf, that Wolf would not be able to remember. And then you would have had the option to basically adopt them or leave them alone in Saro Bay City while you guys took the boat to Hallowgate. Which would have led to opening up the path to the Hraketh Sea in the campaign. It would have opened up mermaids and things like that. Also sea monsters, that would have opened some things for you, but I wasn't going to go too heavy on that because you guys were level 3 at that time, I think, or 4. And I wasn't going to put you in a water map. So yeah, that's what was up with Wolf. Wolf was a character that had possibility, and then when it came time that you needed a guide, I was like, wouldn't it be cool if I brought them back and they remembered a little bit more about themselves without you? Like, wouldn't it be cool if... I like to show things in campaigns that show that the world continues to move and people continue their lives, even if they are not on screen with the characters. Other than...
Just baller as fuck.
I try to build it like a video game. It makes sense for my brain anyway. Other than major NPCs, who is everyone's favorite NPC? And I have to say, when I got this question, one of them was other than Kazu, and one of them was other than Knave Lord. And I said, what if I say other than Kazu and the Knave Lord, but then that feels so exclusionary. So I'm just gonna say other than the major NPCs that spent a lot of time with the party, who did you like background NPCs? Charmy.
Tawny. I love Tawny so much.
Yes.
That weird little mirror to Sin, the odd one out of the trio of kids. My own, like, one of my favorite D&D characters is a tiefling rogue child, and I'm like, Tawny and my little sister Lucky would be besties if they were in Ogre.
I love that.
So yeah. And you guys did a great job in how you handled Tawny between you.
I was like, what if she becomes a shadow monk? I didn't consult Sol on that. I was like, I'm making your baby a monk.
I loved it.
Who else wants to go? Raise your hand if you wanna. All right, I'm gonna say Madi. Madi was first. Gotta keep you on your toes.
I loved everything about Pestilence. So damn cool. And also bougie. I'm gonna throw that in there too. That counts.
Bacon.
It's amazing. I got cute aggression every single time bougie was there.
Hey guys, did you know that I'm actually a big dragon? I'm not a little one. Anyway,
And we're like, wow, yeah, so fierce.
Saul, you can go next.
They took my first two answers. What the fuck? So
You
I'm
can
gonna
repeat,
say
you
my
can
other two
repeat.
little babies. My other,
Okay.
the
Rui
three
and
kids
Vaughn.
were my favorite. Yeah, Rui
They
and-
count.
Yeah,
Okay.
the three kids were all my favorite.
They were so fun. I did not expect to flesh them out as much as I did, and then I was like, this is so fun. They're so cute and quirky. I'm gonna keep fleshing these little kids out. With their personalities. Aki.
I have 3, and then
Okay.
Alyssa has 2.
Ooh.
So my 3 are Sin Sister, Saylin, I think. I really fucking love her, actually. She's like, she shot up to my favorite very fast, which is crazy because my second favorite is the Oracle. And she's my favorite because she's Desi. She's South Asian. That's my cousin. That's why I like her. I picture her as one of my aunties, like my actual aunties the whole time, just purple and giant. And then the third one is I like Conathor. I like Conathor a lot. If we went to the Amaria Wilds first, sorry guys, I was gonna fuck your brother. But like yeah, like that was Conathor is very attractive.
Somebody
And
caught
he's
that.
very funny. I was
Get in line.
He's very
He's a big red
attractive.
one of that.
He's very
Sorry, I was gonna
funny.
fuck your brother.
He's very useful. He was great. I was like, that's so good. And then he looked like Nikita. God forbid. God forbid. Oy, oy, oy.
I love this.
And Alyssa says, once again, I'm just quoting, GILF. And in brackets, and the giant woman.
Which one was
I'm
Gilf?
assuming,
Who was
I'm
the
assuming
Gilf?
that is.
Oh, Aragon?
Yeah.
Aragon.
That's what I'm assuming. I was like, she's
Please
the only
don't call
one
her
who was-
Gilf. She's such a sweet old lady.
That's what it says in capital, like in caps.
Okay.
It's GILF. But yeah, that's what I assumed it was too.
I'm screaming. My
I
face
love that
hurts from
Alyssa's
smiling.
shining through even when they're not present. Like that was Alyssa in chat behavior.
Also, obviously, Kazu is
Absolutely.
my favorite NPC, but at some point, like we had him for so long, he was like just party to me.
Yeah.
We had him for this is 80. We had him for like 70. Like it's we had him for a very long time.
Yes.
So he became party to me adjacent at that point. Same thing with Bougie and Smart. They don't count as NPCs to me. They are the party.
Yeah, they're part
We
of the
just
party.
had them for we just had them for too long. Like I don't even consider them party pets. They're the party. Like Malin too, actually.
Yeah. My favorite NPC is Lord Hellgate.
Lord Hellgate, yeah, god damn.
I love playing
Look,
Lord
if Conathor
Hellgate.
didn't exist,
As a
if
gender
Conathor
fluid
didn't
girly, as a gender fluid girly, I say waving my little gender fluid bracelet. I love to play a character that is gender fluidity personified. That was the whole point of Lord Hellgate. I said, what if the true heir to the Hallowgate necropolis was just gender fluid the person? And
I would
that's how
help
that
them.
happened.
I would help them regain the throne. God. Conathor didn't exist. That's all I'm gonna say. Conathor didn't exist.
Oh boy.
Conathor didn't exist.
And on that
We had
note,
Conathor
what
a
were
little bit longer.
what were Kazuhiko's stats and loadout? I know this came from Aki.
I want to know.
I would have sent you a PDF. But that's okay. Let me open it up. I have. They keep changing
You
the
could
D&D
still
Beyond.
send me the PDF. Like, what is this?
Oh, I
Like,
can.
wouldn't
I
accept
will.
it.
So by the end of the campaign, he was level 13, so he was actually lower level than y'all. 7 levels in Ranger. He was the blah, 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 I think Gloomstalker. Right? What Ranger were you? Yeah, he had Natural Explorer for Swamp and Forest, Druidic Warrior, Gloomstalker archetype, and then for Cleric when he, basically gave his soul to Nissos, TLDR. I did a Circle of Mortality, so he's a grave domain Cleric for 6 levels. And that was his whole loadout. And yes, I'll still send you the PDF. Question 14 is from Alyssa. What's the story behind the fortune teller that told Revelation that Synarch would die for her? This is in reference to Pestilence, the tiefling. The one that talks like this, you know? I'm going to tell you your future in this super smoky, super spooky place. And I'm going to tell you ominous things like you're going to die. First appeared in episode 26, Pestilence Premonitions. Really, I just wanted an excuse to use the Velvet voice because I was playing Velvet at that time. Uh-oh, how come it didn't update? What happened? Hold, please. There we go. My screen share went away. There you go. Sorry, guys. Pestilence. What was the story behind Pestilence? Purely to give me a vehicle to have a weird fortune-telling moment. Players love that shit. I love that shit. That's it. That's the tweet. I'm sorry. I don't have a deeper story for Pestilence. I usually keep weird NPCs like that in my back pocket in case I ever need that again. I often will do that with certain NPCs, or if you're looking for something and you're like, I'm convinced something weird is here in this alleyway, I'm gonna go looking. I'm telling you right now, DM, there's something here, and I'm like, I guess I'll put something there occasionally. And that's what Pestilence was. Oh god, yes. Question 15, also from Melissa. There's a couple from y'all in a row here on NPCs. Who is the wizard? Vaneth first appeared as a helpless old man on the road to Blockade, Southmore in episode 39, Pull the Thread. He is one of the leaders of the new Unsleeping Eye. And who, boy, I was like, nah, he's being truthful. He had magic rings on to help him with his lying. He's a piece of shit. He's actually the fucking worst. You think Ichiro's bad? You didn't meet the real Vaneth. So yeah, that... Yeah, the wizard on the side of the road also was one of the random encounters on the random encounter table I built for this campaign. In fact, there are several, and all of them have a minimum of 100 results on them that I did indeed fill out. And a lot of the random NPCs or weird one-off meetings with people on the road and such were results of that random table. But I connected Vaneth to the Unsleeping Eye. So he said he didn't know what the Unsleeping Eye symbol meant. He was fucking lying to you. That's all I have to say on that. Because villains lie and villains do bad things. And not everyone will tell you the truth. From Mari. Yes, here we are once again. Did the Oracle mean anything specific in saying Nikita has the heart of nature? The mythical being known as the Oracle appeared in episode 52. It was a reference to what Nikita actually is, which is like a hereditary druid. Not a learned druid. And also because you were chosen by the direwolves, there are things about Nikita that I actually didn't get to reveal to you that connect you with nature in a way that druids actually can't. A deeper level, to animals specifically. And that was why she described you as having the heart of nature, because your background from your biological family, your upbringing, and your connection to the dire wolves and the gifts that they gave you through proximity were why she referred to you in that way. Have fun chewing on that.
Note page.
Have fun chewing on that. Oh, Jesus. There's a lot more for me in the next section. Why did I do this to myself? World building. From Sharni. Is there any world building in Okurai or the Veil of Night that you're really proud of that we didn't engage with? Actually, yes. The mythology behind the rivers in the Veil of Night is something that actually never came up, and I did write lore about that. Basically, like how people resettled within Okurai following the Shattering, because the rivers weren't there before, and learning how to protect different paths and travel into the Veil after all the destruction happened. Is the TLDR of that. Yeah, there were some mythology things in specifically Okurai, more about the Lantern Lighters and why they exist in the first place. And the Shadow Step Dojo, which was mentioned quite a bit because of Tani, but I didn't have you guys explore that because none of you chose monks. None of you chose characters that were martial in a way that they would have been motivated to go to the monastery. Or rather, the dojo, excuse me. And that's really it as far as that specific region. But yeah, some of the mythology around newer mythology. Question 18 from Alyssa. I love that all these questions from Alyssa were like, what's up with insert thing here? I copy pasted that. The Unsleeping Eye, and what's up with the Unsleeping Eye, and what would have happened if we'd pursued that lead in Southmore? Oh, it would have been such a different campaign. Because you would have went to Fouchus instead. You probably would have skipped Hallowgate to a certain extent. Or got through Hallowgate quickly and then immediately went west instead of north or east. And if you had gone through Fouchus and explored chasing the Unsleeping Eye, you would have found a very, very different way to reach a similar conclusion to the campaign. But that would have been more city-based, more urban, more political intrigue. Following the Unsleeping Eye pathway in that way would have severely changed the campaign. But I was prepared for that because you had many options of where to go. So yeah, that's what that was. I feel like we're speeding through these now, thankfully, because it's getting late. Mistlost Universe, Mistiverse, Lostiverse, and Moistiverse is hinted to be multi-world and highly cosmic. Any hints on other settings? No. Just kidding. The next campaign, campaign 2, which is going to happen, it's going to be a little more pushed out. We are going to do something between campaign 1 and campaign 2, but I'm not telling you what it is yet because we're still waiting for dates and things of certain stuff. But yes, hints on other settings. Some of the planets were mentioned in the campaign in relation to Lapis and her history, including a particular planet called Draka, which may or may not be where we're going next. So I will leave that as vague as possible to keep you all thirsty for more. But yes, there are other planets. There are other planets in this solar system that have very different settings attached to each of them. And I don't know if we'll explore them all because I don't have them all fleshed out. But I definitely, there's a lot of material to work with there. There's, 10 planets, so. I don't know. Depends. some of which I haven't even named yet. I just know that there's 10. So there's that. Oh, here we go. Earth 2031. This is a very good topic. And I think this next one is also for me, but other ones are for the table, so we'll breeze through mine. And this is from a particular father, but not of the story variety. I wonder who that is. What happened to the 2031 crew? Aki, can you clarify? What do you mean? At the end of the campaign, what happened to them?
Yeah.
You don't know.
I mean, like, yeah, because it's like merge time, right? So that's what it was. This was a question for like everybody to kind of take it the way they wanted to, right? But it's like, you know, the merge happened. That much we know. But it's like,
Yes.
what happened after that? You know?
Yeah.
Did
So
we fucking die, yo? Like, that's what
I left it vague because I feel like it gets cosmic on a scale that is just too much. There is a possibility in which they merge with the Terran versions of themselves. There's a possibility in which they no longer exist as a result of the merge. Most people on Earth probably won't make it onto Terra and vice versa. And we don't know what the merge will look like when it's done. I didn't write that far. So I kind of left it vague because I felt like it was like, do I need to detail this potentially gruesome ending for these people that you grew attached to? Or vague or mysterious or dissatisfying? So I left it open-ended on purpose. I do that with a lot of things that I'm like, do I need to explain all the things? Probably not. I think it should be up to your imagination what happens to your 2031 character. And I don't need to make anything else canon yet. If that's fair. That's really all the thought I've put into that.
My thought is that Cinder definitely becomes Sin and is upset for a total of 2 weeks about being a cat man. Before realizing, hey, now I don't have to shell out for top surgery.
Because it's already been done magically.
It's already been done magically.
Yep.
And that's my little laugh cannon for that.
Hell yeah. And then this question is for everyone. How did you this is from Mari. How did you decide how your characters reconciled between their lives online and offline? For example, those who had family grief, confessions, and complex feelings in game, how did it transfer over to their relationship out of the game? And I'll warn the chat, there's only three questions after this one before we open it up to folks in chat if they have more questions than what they've submitted.
I literally told you guys that I was literally thinking about game mechanics and flavor text and how my shitty little child was so sad. And also like living a life of like constant like double he was living a fucking double life constantly as a thief and like subletting his life and like trying to make connections with people online through like streaming and everything because he didn't feel like he had any other good connections ever in his entire life. Because also I didn't finish up, like his grandmother didn't want him to stick around. His grandmother was like, you're costing me too much money, you know, my daughter doesn't talk to me because you're here. Can you leave as soon as possible? And he was like, bet, cool. And looking for like father figures in a person who gives him thief jobs and who did not want to connect with him. You know, like that, so that sort of calls over to like, I want a family and connections as much as possible. And I am so lonely, but I'm not going to say that because if I say that I'm lonely, I have to admit it to myself. And that's how Sin reconciled online and offline. Because it was just like, oh good, I'm not lonely. that's my answer.
I could provide mine if it helps. If
Go
y'all
ahead.
think about yours. So I actually didn't share this part as Nikki, specifically because I remember Soul was like, "Oh, I'm gonna start asking about your moms and stuff," and I was like, "Oh fuck, I need to start thinking about family." So I also kind of came up with a little like abandonment thing because why not? It also like matches up for Nikita in game, and the things that she seeks out in the game. But I kind of had to set out that her mom, because I know somebody this happened to. Her mom's on the picture. Her parents divorced and completely abandoned the family, and just kind of like in that entire chapter of her being away, she created her own family at her own time. So it's very like, I didn't want this. I wanted what I created in the end. So Nikita has her dad. And on top of everything, I was the first to die and find out that we're in a game. And as a player, I was very confused, but still obviously enjoying it. But I was still very like much trying to like figure out, where am I? What's going on? Is this real? And then I ended up grabbing that and actually playing with that for Nikki herself, and just making it that when she plays with VR, she just kind of has a really bad sense of reality, and she like needs grounding techniques. It's like too much of an intense thing for her. But she also likes to do it because it's an escapism thing. And, you know, like in the real world, she has her dad with her. In the fake one, her dad's dead, but she got to have a lot more of a family that chose her. And that she ended up getting to keep. And also having that relationship with Rory that she always wanted to have in the real world was happening in the game. So it was this very like complex thing where like, okay, yeah, we're kind of acting, but we are together in this environment. But then outside of it, I understand the complexities of what you want to do with your life. So, but I'm just here for that ride. So yeah, I think like for like the merch, I think she's like not really feeling too bad. I think at most she's worried about her dad in the real world. But again, merge complications, you know, like yeah. Oh my god, not the WoW dating. Oh god, you're right. Yo, those couples last forever though, I gotta say.
They sure do.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, so that's my thoughts on that.
Who wants the pebble?
I'm in, unless you want to go.
Go for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
Okay. From the way I was thinking about it is that because this is something that Rory just got into, you know, I was like, she's not really a gamer, but she got into this for a specific reason. And it was a power fantasy to get her parents' respect was her goal, basically, in the game. She built up this, you know, kind of scenario of going on this journey to gain it. And when I think about it, I don't think there is a Dante in 2031. I think that's a character that Rory made to kind of give herself a reason for why she feels such a disconnect from her parents, who, you know, her mom's a political figure. That's her priority in life. So Rory kind of felt like, I'm not as good at that. So what exactly do I do? But you know, she had this talent for communicating with people and that natural charisma. So I figured she got what she wanted in the game, which is a use for that charismatic power, and then a way to show her parents that she's cool.
I love that so much. Aki?
Yeah, so Lavender is just a very normal fucking person in a low income household, doing things. Her family owns a business that is I wouldn't say it's failing outright because it's bad or anything. I think it's failing due to the times. It's a traditional medicine house. It is like, I pictured it as Misty's like parlor in Cyberpunk 2077. Like, it's so out of place in a more advanced society. So it's like, very specific people go there. It's in Chinatown, so at least Chinese people show up. But like, it's very much like, this is my pocket, and now I have to go outside with another pocket. So she's doing all of that. She is the epitome of being a burnout academic who was too dumb for medical school. That's literally it. That's how I picked her. So she's still stuck in school, probably stuck in debt, and chose to do, ironically, my backup plan, a mortician, because I'm not squeamish that way, and I personally find death and the afterworks of it fascinating. Funerals, all that kind of shit, like that's a very fascinating thing for me. And so I think, I'm just gonna make a creepy little goth girl who probably thinks it's kind of the next best thing, the funeral service. That's always in demand. That is a good paying job. It's just a very demanding one. So I put her in that, and I thought, well, she is a burnout academic. She's going to be very overwhelmed. So you know what she does? Roleplay on Final Fantasy Online. That's how I treated, I had 2031 Lavender treat the World of Terra. Like, that's Final Fantasy Online, That's like kind of... Like, she probably has played this game before with a different set of people, doing way different things, playing a different character, and then she found a new roleplay heavy group that she's way more invested in, playing a completely different type of character, type of whatever. So, like, that's, like, the vibe I got for her. Her entire family is directly translated, though, because when we were given the prompt, that's how I interpreted it. So her parents are swingers, or polyamorous marriage got like legalized in fucking New York. You know what?
They live on a commune somewhere upstate.
Yeah, I was like, Mom Donnie. It's a chance. But jokes aside, like, that's how it was. She her parents are like Chinese hippies, like, so it's like they got named after like plants and shit. It kind of helped with like translating their vibes, I think. Like, she's a lavender, Meilin is rose, and then Yue is clover. Like, it just kind of worked in my head that way. Their surname means like the moon as well, by the way. Like, I was like directly translating this to kind of work, including a modern day depression type thing. The only thing I didn't keep was Meilin dying. I think that would have been too much of a translation in a more modern day setting. Like, so that's the only thing I didn't keep. But I thought, like, online role player, she's gonna do some shit like that. Kill my sister, kill everybody, put me in an arranged marriage. She was like reading a webtoon, was like, what if I played this character in my online role-playing group? And that's exactly what she did, and then happened to get World of Warcraft married. We're joking about that, but she got to live that, didn't she? Like, it's kind of funny. Yeah, with a rich man as well. She really got to experience the true Asian American, like, all-round lifestyle. God. Rich boy showed up too. Crazy. I just hope they don't become soul cow Asians. That's bad.
Oh my god.
There's gonna be a soul cow Asian's gonna come after me. I'm gonna be like, yeah, and what? 6'7". It's gonna be a crazy time. But yeah, that's it. That's... Oh, I think a 2031 group made Lavender less depressed. I think Lavender was very depressed.
Aww.
In real life. I mean, it goes for, she kind of is a low-key kind of a failure, but like, nope.
Oh my god.
Now she has friends.
Did Alyssa send you an answer for this one or no?
No, Alyssa sent me an answer for the last two, though.
Oh, okay. For the next two questions, you mean, or the last two before this one?
23 and 24.
Got it. Okay, we're gonna move on, because that's everybody, right? I got everybody? Yes, okay. All right. Well, we did kind of touch on this just a smidgen. How did your character, this is also from Mari, how did your character come to name their in-game character? I'm gonna preface this for the folks at home because I think we may have mentioned this on stream, but I'm gonna mention it again. Everyone having modern day characters prepped for the 2031 reveal came from a character building prompt that I gave them 2 years prior. We have a private threads channel where I would ask them character building questions, and some of them were required for story purposes and some of them were not. And that was one of the required ones. So technically I made them build their 2031 characters before before they knew 2031 was going to be a thing. That was me being sneaky because this was planned from the beginning. So now I've prefaced it. I should have done that with the last question. Sorry. How did your character come to name your in-game character? I'm going to start with Sharmi on this one.
Great, because it's super easy. I knew that she was gonna have the same name outside of game, so I conceptualize it as she goes by Rory because Aurora is too recognizable in the modern world as a political child. So she needs something that can be a little bit more subtle, especially if she's on Instagram. Whereas in the game, her name fits right in as if she doesn't stand out, and that's fun.
I love that. I'm gonna go to Mari.
Hi, hello.
Hey, hello.
Hello.
That's where your name came from.
Yeah. So I actually had a really dumb idea for this. I just imagined, like, I thought about my old AIM account and my name on that. And it had my name. It had Maddie in it, right? And I was like, wait, what if I just put, like, it's Nikki, duh, and then, like, Nikita. But it used to be like an old username, so she just changed it to like Nikita. Screw it, like whatever. So that's my reasoning behind that. I was just thinking about that driving to work, and I was like, that's a fun question.
I love that. I'm gonna go to Soul.
So when I made my Final Fantasy character in Final Fantasy 14, I really wanted to be a dragon person, and I was like, I want a lore compliant name. So I straight up went into like I found like scans of the Final Fantasy table, like coffee table book, and like found out information about like the different like Aura tribes on the steppe of Final Fantasy 14. So in my head, that's what Cinder did. Cinder was like, how much lore can I find about this fucking game? Like, how do cat folk are not popular in this game, so I'm definitely gonna play cat folk. So like that way it can be my niche when I stream, and what is like the lore compliant names, and that's definitely how Cinder named his fucking thing, and just definitely helped that like he's like, oh perfect, I can do like Sin and something.
I love that.
And that's definitely how it happened.
Oh my god, so good. My headcanon is you won a raffle to be able to play this type of character that only certain people play. Like, it's like one of those raffle things.
Hell yeah.
You have to get in a lotto to play that kind of character. Kind of shit. That's my headcanon. I definitely
stole several people's tickets then in my head. Sin stole people's like entrances to this. So
hit up one of your hacker buddies. Yeah.
Yeah, like, hey, please. You're asking me for help on this specific thing? Yeah, thanks.
Moving on to Aki. I know you touched on this a little bit already, but if you wanted to expand.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go with how it's asked. So Lavender is a role player, online role player, which means she did exactly what Cinder did. Though I think she went at it a little bit the way that I did, because I also made an aura in Final Fantasy. So that means I also looked up what their naming conventions kind of are, and like if they're inspired by any cultures specifically, and aura are depending on which one you go with, they are Japanese inspired and Mongolian. So I think in Dayu's case, She figured out where she wanted to be, saw kind of the vibes of South more, and went, holy shit, I can be Chinese. And just gave legitimate names, but kept that like fantasy vibe and was just like, silver hair. And my hair isn't silver. Like it was just like, that was the vibe, I think, that she ended up going with.
I love that. So fun.
I think she also went with meaning too, by the way. Meaning, like, just because Dayu means black jade. Jade, whole family is jade. It just made a lot of sense.
For me, Jay naming Kazuhiko, he's like a closet anime dork, so he was like, I'm gonna pick something that sounds like a cool anime protagonist name, and that's how he named Kazuhiko. Because that's real as fuck. And that's it for that one. We're almost done. From Soul, what other genre of video games did your 2031 characters like playing and why? I'm gonna start with Aki because your answer from the last one was short because you had already kind of answered it before. So I'll start with you.
I think, ironically, I made Lavender as my Monster Hunter Worlds character.
I love that.
I think that's what is like a vibe. Like she would play games that are like narrative heavy, but like would have some form of like maybe an action economy or something like that. Like I think she's just an all-round gamer. But she would specifically also play games that are free to play because she is broke. So it's a good mix of those. Like I think she would, for example, splurge on Tomodachi Life, but is stuck in the Final Fantasy III free trial, which is an amazing free trial. Play basically 3 expansions for free. That's insane. But like I think that's what's like going on. She didn't buy World of Terra. She's on World of Terra for free, y'all. Like it's like that's how I think it is. She spent money on the VR thing. She's playing their free ass games.
You know, several people have paid for your sub.
Absolutely. I think Jay is paying for fucking shit now too. It's just like, how else did he give her that fucking flute that we never used?
It was a special unlock from a loot box or something. Also, like my thought was that World of Terra was a free game, but that was because you had to buy the VR equipment to play, and that was also made by the same person.
Yeah, but what about the battle pass? What about the subscription?
I didn't.
But yeah, that's the vibe.
I sure didn't think that far. I think we got everybody. Oh wait, no, Alyssa had an answer for this one.
Alyssa, yeah. Mm-hmm. Alyssa says Tiffany would play turn-based tactics and smutty visual novels.
Yes, I love this so much. My headcanon, and Alyssa, I'm gonna ask you about this later. Is that Tiffany was a Fire Emblem Three Houses girly pop.
Alyssa is a Fire Emblem Three Houses person. I know that much.
This is why we get along.
Yeah. Which house?
Don't move on, because I didn't say anything.
Oh my god! I thought I got everybody. Oh my god, my brain.
Yeah, you missed 2 of us.
I'm so sorry. I'm just like, oh my god, it's late.
It's okay. My answer is short. Rory's played nothing but the 2030 Animal Crossing VR game and had an absolutely immaculate island with every outfit. That's what got her into being more popular on Instagram in terms of gaming, and what motivated her to buy the VR set.
Oh yeah,
I love that.
I think Nikki plays Souls-like games because she hates herself. And fighting games, survival crafting likely, and also Tomodachi Life type of game in there just to kind of relax because they're all intense. So yeah, that's my answer there.
Sin plays bad horror games on purpose. Yeah,
like
and good horror games, but
yeah,
mostly just horror games.
Oh my god.
Sin plays mouth washing every year.
Oh
to feel awful.
Oh my god. I was gonna say, like, are you playing like Slenderman? Are you playing like Five Nights at Freddy's?
Oh, Slenderman.
Fucking. Those are the first things I think of. I don't know why.
Four Nights at Frederick's is the 20 is our version. Four Nights at Frederick's.
Legally distinct.
Legally distinct. Four Nights at Frederick's.
Four Nights at Frederick's. We have to make a logo for it and make merch. Nobody will understand.
I'll
why.
do it. I'll
It's just
fucking
because
do
of
it,
this-
Mandii.
it's just
Don't
because of
even tempt me. I'm busy making my feminist girl gang feminist Tim's girl gang merch already.
Oh my god. Wait, did I actually get everyone now? Because my brain's melting out of my ears. We're so close to being done. This is what I get for not doing things in the same order every single round. Moving on. This one's from Story Dad. How did everyone feel when it was revealed that Terra was a game? Does anybody want to go first while we wait
I was
for
so
Aki?
fucking excited, guys. I was so fucking excited. I was like, boom! Mental mind rot bullshit, go crazy. That's how I felt.
Love it.
I was disoriented from having died seconds before it was revealed. Not in a negative way at all, of course. It was all fucking fun as hell. I was confused, but I was also so into it. Yeah, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like a lot of times it could get very confusing or messy when you like marry the two or you do a game within a game, but you did this so freaking well. It felt very natural, and like even the prep that you had made us secretly do also definitely assisted with that, and I didn't feel like any bit of agency was removed or anything. In fact, I felt like I had two worlds to play with now, and it was just really great. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, I'll jump in.
Yeah.
I was terrified because I was like, oh no, am I gonna have to play Aurora with no magic? She is way more annoying. So I did have a moment of like, are we gonna switch and kind of like be in that state for a little bit before we switch back? So I think I had some like trepidation about it at first because of where it happened. We went on a break after, but when we got back and got into the story of it, very exciting, very intriguing.
Awesome. And we'll go to Aki now, because Aki / Alyssa.
I'll read Alyssa's ones first because my one is very vocal. Alyssa says, Mandii says they hinted at this in the casting call 75 years ago, but I don't remember that and don't believe them. Heart emoji. I was shocked. They kept saying to trust them if we died in combat, but I didn't think it would mean we'd get kicked into another world, and that last part is in italics. Me? So like if you did this, like I want to say like really early, like I'm talking the single digits, and it wasn't disclosed, I probably would have been upset. And that's simply because I've been in a game where something like this happened before, and this is my nightmare GM.
Oh no.
Like that y'all
Yeah.
kind of know about. I really didn't appreciate how it was handled. I didn't like it, and it was like now they took like real world things that were happening, so it's like, oh, did you get like a head injury? Well, you have a migraine now and everything you do is with disadvantage. Like it was like that. Like I was like, this is annoying. I'm juggling a lot of different things now that don't make sense actually, and they don't feel good together. And when I say earlier, it's because I didn't know you, and we as a group didn't know each other, minus Alyssa. So it's like that's where I would have felt very uncomfortable. However, 50 episodes in 2 years is a very long time for me to get very comfortable and lock in very fast, and I really enjoyed the 2031 stuff actually. I wish we got to play more with the 2031 stuff, actually. I kind of do wish we got to just fuck around, a little bit more, and like, I don't know, just play Monster of the Week suddenly, just like, I enjoyed 2031 a lot. I enjoyed that this was a game, and I like even the merge is very interesting to me, which is why I'm pushing Dayu to do a lot of merge related stuff, because I think that makes sense for her since she walks two worlds anyways, right? So it's, it's very like, I just enjoyed it. I still like it, I'm having a good time. But if we were strangers and you drop this on me in episode 3, we were gonna stay strangers. The Nightmare GM. Was bad.
I'll say that I never intended to reveal that earlier than I did. I thought it would be around 50 episodes. I actually thought it would be a little earlier than that originally, but then I was like, no, we have a lot to do and a lot to establish, and like, I need the buy-in, I need the trust, I need us to get into the heavy stuff so that we can negotiate like what it's gonna look like, because of what I knew would trigger it.
We also have to like lock in on the new characters that we are playing, right? So that's what I mean by early episodes, because it's like we're already like absorbing so much. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, Nikita almost did it to us, falling off of those fucking monkey bars. What do you mean? We almost had that.
Hey, what do you mean?
You technically got glimpses of it very early in the campaign too. And here's my rebuttal for Alyssa, because you're not here and you can't see shit. It was in the document, the application document. I put Easter eggs in that bitch.
You did.
The text from which is in a Google Doc that you all have access to, and I have not changed that text since January of 2023. So you can go back and look at that and look at the inspiration touchstones for this campaign, which include Sword Art Online and .hack sign. I don't know how much more clear I could have been, but I also was I was like, I'm just going to put these in here and see if anybody asks me about this. And none of you did.
I just thought it's because you liked anime, but I need you to know that Sword Art Online was so triggering for me.
Oh man, I love that show. The first version. I don't know about anything else.
Yeah,
I watched the first one.
Nightmare GM ruined a lot for me, okay? But Hack and Slash saved it for me. That's all I'm gonna say.
Well, you know what? Together we heal, because that's what friends do.
We did heal. We did
heal. Did we get everybody's reactions? I think we got everybody, and Alyssa's too. And now the final section here, which is final questions from chat, of which we have 2. So the first one, which you can all see on the screen up here on the chat, is, did any of you have a backup character that you were low-key excited to play? Did any of you have backup characters at all?
I've never made a backup character in my life. Not one time. I've played in so many campaigns.
Yeah.
I was going to try and talk you into like an Edem touch Tani. Like that Tani got like bolted years forward to try and quote unquote prevent Sin's death. And that was gonna be my backup character. That was like, I had this whole thing, but like, Mandii, walk with me. Consider this. And that was my only quote unquote backup character.
That's so cool. Aki, did you have a backup character?
Yeah. So I'm gonna preface a little bit of it because I'm kind of repurposing her for campaign 2, but obviously with changes, because this one, they change by setting, yeah. But this one is, I was going to play an undead paladin or knight or champion of some sort, sworn to the ugly guy, lich guy, but not Hollowgate. I wish it was Hollowgate, but I thought it would have been funnier to be a fuck-ass lich guy. And couldn't remember why she's sworn to him, but was told to follow the party and deliver information. It's very similar to Rev in some cases, except I can't escape that. He can just kill me. And that was always like the threat of it. I'm just gonna die one day. A lot of this is getting translated to campaign 2, but slightly different. So
don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
yeah, I'm not talking about it anymore. I only said the stuff that wouldn't make sense for campaign 2. That's it.
Marty, did you have a backup?
Like, I didn't have like a crazy thought out backup. I just kind of played around with a couple ideas. Like, I have a trademark type of character that I like to play, and it's like the polar opposite of Nikita, so I thought it would be funny and like shake up the table a little bit. And it would have just been like small dumb druid, like
Wolf.
low int
Your
kind of
backup
thing.
character's Wolf.
Yeah, basically. And then that happened. And then another thing I thought before family things started getting tied up a bit more, I was going to play with the idea of either a sibling that learned about Nikita's existence and setting out to look for her, which would have been sad because she died. And or even on the other side, even like the parent that couldn't let go. Because I think we had discussed this with my character sheet, that there was a character or a parent that wanted to, like, for the sake of grief purposes, wanted to let it go, and the other one couldn't. So it would have been interesting to play with that also, and see if it was the druid or the other one. But just little things I had playing out there.
I did toy around with the idea of Malin puppeting Dayu's body if I died. That was the other one. But then at some points it felt like it felt a little too much for me personally, right? Because I feel like that'd be too much bleed, and then I'm already like it became a little too much, so I just moved it aside. But that was a very early game possibility for sure. I was just like, I'm gonna just keep having these sisters possess the same mortal coil. Certainly that won't do anything.
Oh my gosh.
It was a little dark though. It was a little too dark. That for this game, for me personally.
Gotcha. And then the last question that we have is there anything you regret having not done in the campaign? I'll start on this one to give you guys a second to think, because that's a pretty big, broad question. I regret that I didn't build a path for you to explore more of the regions. By the same token, I like that it showed that the world was much bigger than anything you could see on your own, like in a single campaign. But there were very interesting things about other parts of the world, other parts of Elysia, other parts of the Amaria Wilds, other countries that you didn't even touch, that would have been cool to explore, and I think you guys would have really enjoyed. And that's the only regret I have, personally. And Sol, I saw you raise your hand first. I'm gonna call on you first, and then we'll go around.
Yeah, I wanted to just like also say like I don't have anything that's like as big as like a regret.
Yeah.
But like something that I wish I could have like maybe in a different campaign, I would have wanted to build a fucking Thieves Guild. Maybe like in a different campaign, I would have wanted to use like more thieves camp. I wanted to like get more in the grimy underworld. Which I think is part of the reason why I wanted to do that scene so bad for my epilogue. And yeah.
Heck yeah. Who wants the pebble next? Who's ready? Aki.
So once again, very happy with whatever we did, but the original vibes that I thought I was going with Dayu and the type of necromancer she was to go to lichdom, actually. I just want to play a lich. Like, I never get a chance. It never feels correct to play a character who's going to be a lich unless, I don't know. I wanted the path to lichdom, high key. That was a whole thing. Dead sister would have led to a lot of things. Like, that was a vibe. And then instead, it felt like it was completely, that is a different character. Like, Dayu is not that. Dayu's like kindness and eccentricness are very different from lichdom, but I'm like, damn. And then fucking the sleeping eye shit with their lichdom, and I was like, damn, like, you know, so like those are stuff that I just wanted to be a lich. Okay, like but like I'm a like not for Dayu anymore, but I want to be a lich in Terra, if that makes sense. I want to be a lich. Yeah, I really like necromancers, but I like the different types of it, you know. And I just want to keep playing a necromancer, if I'm being honest, and just do different shit with them. I want to be a lich. So that's
we hear you. You want to be a lich.
Yeah,
That's your big regret, is that you weren't a lich. You were kind of close.
I was.
Sort of.
It was.
You were better than a lich, actually. You're becoming God,
I'm gonna become a god. That's different. That's
God's
different.
favorite
It's not
princess.
lich though.
Who else is right? Who wants the pebble? Who wants the pebble? Charmy.
Yeah. One, just more bougie time, because bougie was hilarious, but I was also like, this episode is so heavy that I don't think there's a good moment to have a cute conversation with bougie in it. So I would say I really appreciate how you brought bougie in at the correct time. So thanks, Mandii. The other thing is just a teeny tiny little thing, which is I wish at the wedding I had been able to talk to Toron, the Summer King. But for time, I was like, I have more important things to do, like show off my cool outfit and talk to my sister.
Noted. Maybe we'll have that in the future, in a different capacity. Madi.
I don't have any real regrets.
That's fair.
Except for not buying every damn dice on the planet to try to replace, to try to find some slice of luck.
I'm gonna mail you dice. I'm just gonna mail you a bunch of dice.
I already have a lot. None of my sets worked. It's just Nikita. She was cursed. It's fine. But no, not really. I feel like, again, similar note like about bougie, like with Smar, but it's kind of similar where it's like everything's super heavy right now. I'm not gonna be like squeak, you know. But just like the little moments of like just kind of acknowledging that he was there was, I think, enough, and just making sure that he was being fed. And not necessarily something I missed, but I'm just glad. I'm just gonna mention, I just love the moment where he just spoke to her for the first time, and it was in the context of a DNR. So
Oh man.
Respect my final wishes, Nikita. That's what Smar said.
Yeah, just words of wisdom.
Don't remind
Like
me,
a
I'm an
grown-ass
animal.
man.
I don't believe in that shit.
It's so fucking funny, dog.
Yeah.
I want to go back
I
into the
expect him to have
ground.
the fucking deepest voice ever. Just be like, just let me go with the dust. I'm like, okay, that's really sad. Goodbye.
I was picturing that Smar sounded like Idris Elba as Knuckles.
Yes, exactly. You understand
Oh
the
my
vision.
Just let me go back
God.
to the ground. You know, just like, but like deep Idris
All right,
Elba.
we gotta
like, as
retcon the
Knuckles.
last 50 episodes. We're starting from scratch. From episode 50. Reset. Just kidding. Idris, I would have loved to. I would have paid. Does Idris Elba do those fucking cameo things? Because I would have paid
Oh my
for that.
god, I doubt it.
You know,
No,
no,
Not
no,
anymore.
no.
The market's oversaturated, but
What
But I
lives
feel like there was a
rent-free- what lives rent free in my head is him going, "I'm Black Superman" in one of the Fast and Furious movies, and I was like, yes. And then just picture Smar saying that. That's it.
Smar is Black Superman? Oh my god.
Superman. It's just oh god. But yeah,
Charmy,
Idris
help
Elba
me.
is what I pictured as Smar's
Help me.
voice this whole time.
I'm dying.
That's exactly it.
help me.
I'm done.
This is the
Help me.
end. You
This
can
is the
end it
end.
anytime.
That's true.
Liz.
I can do that. We've answered all the questions from chat. Thanks to everyone for I don't know. I'm EB. We went like a full 2 hours longer than I thought we were gonna go. So I'm not surprised, honestly. I'm so bad at estimating these things. So without too much ado, like I normally do, we're taking a little break until the next game. I will still be streaming solo on the channel while we are having session zeros and things. Games will return to Wednesdays. We are in pre-production for something that I will hopefully be able to tell you guys about within the next couple of weeks here in terms of like when to expect it, what it's called, etc. So please be patient with us. If you are not a member of the Discord already, please join the Discord. It is the number one source for knowing all of the things that are happening with everybody on this cast and what we are doing on this channel. You get the news on the Discord before social media does, before Instagram, before lives, before all those things. So join the Discord if you want to see more from us in the next games that we play. And yes, games plural. I have plans in the works for doing alternating seasons of different games. We'll see how that works out, so that you get a little more variety here, because I have focused on Mistlost for the last 3 years, and I think a lot of us have too. So we're gonna shake things up a bit and do different things that I think all of you will really enjoy. So stay tuned for that. Thanks everybody joining, rating, subs, bits, etc. Super appreciate it. Thank you to my lovely players as always, and also Alyssa, even though you are not here, we love you, we missed you, and we will see you all again very soon. Stay tuned. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.